Chapter 27-24. These 9 people were going to the Ice Soul Tribe with Lu Ming to carry out the mission. However, the 9 of them were getting impatient at this moment. Who is our leader? How arrogant of him to make the 9 of us wait here for 2 days. One of the young men said unhappily. That's right. Let's see who is so arrogant. Let's see if he's strong enough to convince us. Another young woman also spoke with an impatient look. Although the others did not say anything, their gloomy faces said it all. They're here. Suddenly, one of the young men looked up at the sky. The others followed suit. 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were Lu Ming and Elder Huoquan. Lu Ming and Huoquan landed on the ground. Elder Huoquan. The young men and women cupped their fists at Huoquan and bowed respectfully. They all knew that although Huoquan was only an outer elder, his true identity was the grand disciple of the sect master, Dragon Zhoushan. He was highly regarded by the Dragon Boat Mountain. Now that he was an outer elder, it was just a trial. Even many inner elders were polite to Huoquan, so they did not dare to offend him. No need to be so polite. Huoquan waved his hand and said. The 9 young men stood up and glanced at Lu Ming, ignoring Lu Ming. Elder Huoquan, you said you were going to bring our leader here. Where is he? We've been waiting here for 2 days. That's right. Who is so arrogant that he can't even invite Elder Huoquan? Everyone started to talk. They did not think that Lu Ming was the person they were waiting for. Lu Ming had an identity token on him. They could tell that he was an outer disciple. How could an outer disciple be the person they were waiting for? Moreover, he was their leader. They thought that Lu Ming was just a follower of Huoquan. You don't have to wait anymore. He's here. Let me introduce him to you. This is Lu Ming. He will be your leader for this mission. Huoquan pointed at Lu Ming and said. What? The 9 young men and women were stunned. They stared at Lu Ming and then at Huoquan. Him? Elder Huoquan, are you mistaken? He's just an outer disciple. How can he carry out the mission with us? Won't he be a burden to us? Moreover, he's our leader. What a joke. 2 of the young men immediately yelled. Kid, you'd better hand us your leader's token. That's right. 20,000 points was equivalent to 200 million divine gems. It was a huge sum even for an ordinary inner disciple. They felt that Lu Ming was envious of the reward and hence tagged along to earn points. Greedy? Lu Ming sneered in his heart. He glanced at the 9 young men and women and said, I've received news that I'm the leader of this mission and all of you have to listen to my orders. Why? Are you rebelling now? Bullshit. What rebellion? Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? That's right. Hand over your leader's token and get lost. A few of them were enraged and shouted. A cold aura was directed at Lu Ming. Enough. At this moment, Huoquan shouted and silenced the crowd. Huoquan glanced at the 9 young men and women unhappily and said, Let me tell you, this mission was personally assigned by the sect leader. Lu Ming is the leader and the sect leader personally appointed him. If you have any objections, speak to the sect leader directly. The 9 young men looked at each other. How would they dare to speak to the sect leader? Are you doubting the sect leader's judgment? Huoquan asked again. We don't dare. The 9 young men and women said hurriedly. Since you don't dare, then act according to the order. Let me tell you, in this mission, you have to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Do you understand? Huoquan's eyes lit up and he emitted a strong and cold aura. Yes, yes, the 9 young men and women nodded. However, no one knew what they were thinking. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation formation. Then, we'll go through the teleportation formation to the Ice Spirit Tribe. Huoquan said and turned around. The rest of the group followed him. Kongxian's school was very far away from the Ice Spirit Tribe. They were separated by many galaxies. Even if they took the teleportation formation, it still took them more than a month. Finally, they arrived on a planet. Huoquan did not continue to send them off. This was the territory of the Ice Spirit Tribe, and there would be people from the Ice Spirit Tribe waiting for them. Is this the Ice Spirit Tribe? Lu Ming looked at the members of the Ice Spirit Tribe curiously. The appearance of the Ice Spirit Tribe was not much different from that of the human race. The biggest difference was their hair and pupils. Their hair and pupils were snow white. Their skin was slightly fairer than that of the human race. As they walked, they emitted a cold aura. Everyone, please follow us. An elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe smiled and led Lu Ming and the rest to the main planet of the Ice Spirit Tribe, the Ice Spirit Planet. After a few days, they arrived at the Ice Spirit Planet. The Ice Spirit Planet, as its name suggested, was sealed in ice. It was a real ice planet. Everywhere on the planet, the temperature was extremely cold. Most of the buildings in the main city of the Ice Spirit Tribe were made of ice that was hundreds of millions of years old. The people from the Ice Soul clan brought Lu Ming and the rest to a hall. This hall was made of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years. The cold air was oppressive and the temperature was very low. If not for their profound skills, they would have been frozen into popsicles. However, Lu Ming felt very comfortable. He cultivated the ultimate chill divine skill and could control the ultimate chill divine power. As he circulated his divine power, the cold air from the outside constantly flowed into Lu Ming's body. He felt very comfortable. Young heroes, the Ice Spirit Tribe has invited the Kongxian School and some other prodigies from the Qin Tian 13 sects for this mission. Some of them have not arrived yet, so you will have to wait for a few days. You can stay here for the next few days. The elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe said. There are people from other sects coming with us. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they revealed curious expressions. They were curious as to what the mission this time was. The elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe did not say much. He simply explained a few things and left. After the elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe left, Lu Ming strode into a room. He planned to cultivate while waiting. Chapter 27-25. Lu Ming, stop right there. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a figure flashed and a young man in a purple robe appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Immediately after, their figures flashed and the other 8 young men and women surrounded Lu Ming. You're really in a hurry. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. There was a sneer at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ming, now that Elder Huoquan is not here, no one can protect you. You'd better hand over the captain's flag. You're not qualified to be our captain, do you understand? The young man in the purple robe said with contempt. That's right. If you hand over the flag obediently, we might let you pass the mission on account that you're from the same sect. You might even get a huge amount of points. Otherwise, we'll have to kick you out. Another young woman was even more domineering and had an arrogant expression on her face. These people couldn't help but make things difficult for Lu Ming as soon as they arrived at the territory of the Ice Soul clan, demanding that he hand over the captain's flag. I'm appointed as the captain by the sect leader himself. Are you going to defy the sect leader's order? Lu Ming said lightly, looking very calm. Don't use the sect leader's name to pressure us. There's an old saying, when a general is out in the field, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Moreover, this mission concerns all of us. How can we let an outer disciple like you be the captain and endanger our lives? That's right. Moreover, there are people from other sects coming this time. If they know that our Kongxian school's captain is an outer disciple, we'll be laughed at. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? If he doesn't hand it over, we'll take it ourselves. A few young men said coldly. Some of them were even getting impatient. It's not impossible for me to hand over the flag. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was suddenly heard. The others laughed disdainfully. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to disobey them. However, I'm curious. If I hand over the flag to you, who will be the captain? Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course I'll be the captain. My cultivation base is the highest here. A young man with a long face said proudly. Bullshit, your cultivation is the highest? What a joke. Have you asked me? A tall and sturdy young man immediately roared as a powerful aura erupted from his body. 4th level True God Realm. The burly young man exuded a shocking aura. He was at LV4 True God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved, revealing a trace of surprise. No wonder he was an elite of the inner sect. He was less than 10,000 years old and his cultivation had reached level 4 True God Realm. With such cultivation, he could be an overlord in the chaotic galaxy. For example, the Yuan Luo Hall's Hall Master and the Walkabout Sect's Patriarch were both at the 4th stage True God Realm. However, the battle prowess of the Kongxian School's inner disciples was definitely above the Yuan Luo Hall's Hall Master and the Walkabout Sect's Patriarch. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That long-faced youth also erupted with a shocking aura from his body. He was similarly a 4th level True God, contending with the tall and sturdy youth. The eyes of the others were filled with dread and solemnity. Don't let this kid drive a wedge between us. He wants to provoke us into fighting. If we want to fight, let's get the command flag first. It won't be too late to do so. At this moment, another young man spoke. The long-faced youth and the tall and sturdy youth withdrew their aura and looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Let's get the command flag first, then we'll fight to determine who's the leader. The long-faced youth said. Kid, your provocation is too low level. It's useless against us. Hurry up and hand over the command flag. Don't waste our time. The purple-robed youth shouted. The others also stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly looks. Looks like you guys are not too stupid. Alright, whoever wants the command flag can come and get it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He opened his palms and the flag was in his palms. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you fight with us? I'll teach you a lesson first. The purple-robed youth took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and waved his hand. His 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed at Lu Ming like a cage. Divine power howled. Before the claw reached Lu Ming, the powerful airflow had already crushed Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. The purple-robed youth was in the 2nd level True God Realm. His cultivation is not bad, but his battle strength seems to be average. Lu Ming's heart jumped and he threw a punch out with his bare hands. This kid actually dares to fight back. He's overestimating himself. One move and he'll be kneeling on the ground. The other youths had the same thought in their minds. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was because Lu Ming's fist collided with the purple-robed youth's claw. There was a loud explosion and a figure was pushed back. The person who was pushed back was the purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth staggered back a dozen steps before he could stand firm. You, the purple-robed young man looked at Lu Ming in shock. He simply could not believe it. He was in the 2nd level True God Realm and Lu Ming's aura was only in the 8th level Empty God Realm. He was pushed back by a 8th level Empty God Realm. How could this be? You want to be the leader with such strength? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. Kid, don't be arrogant. I only used 30% of my strength. The purple-robed youth shouted. He had only used 30% of his strength. He thought that 30% of his strength would be enough to deal with an outer disciple. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to exceed his expectations. I'm sorry. I only used 10% of my strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had only used 10% of his strength. However, how could the others believe him? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The purple-robed youth shouted and a ray of sword chi shot up to the sky. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he executed a divine skill. The sword chi whizzed and swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed and a long spear appeared. The long spear vibrated and swept towards the purple-robed youth. Boom! 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 After a few explosions, the purple-robed youth's sword chi collapsed and the long spear continued to sweep towards him. His body shook violently and he was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He crashed into the wall made of ice and almost broke the wall. Puff! The purple-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had used all of his strength and executed a divine skill. However, he was not a match for Lu Ming's spear and was injured by Lu Ming's spear. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? It was too terrifying and he could not believe it. A level 8 empty god realm was able to suppress him, and this was a huge blow to him. The other 8 youths looked at the scene with their mouths agape. Chapter 27-26. His strength is only so. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He compared the purple-robed youth to Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao, and Feng Zi and realized that the purple-robed youth wasn't a match for Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others. This was normal. Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others were ranked in the top 10 of the empty god list. Their combat strength far exceeded those of the same level and they weren't something that other outer disciples could compare to. After they entered the inner sect, they would definitely become the elite disciples of the inner sect. Their future prospects would definitely be incomparable to those of ordinary disciples. Although the purple-robed youth was considered an elite in the inner sect, he was still a distance away from Winged Demon and the others. Although his cultivation had reached the second-rank true god realm, his combat strength wasn't comparable to Feng Yuandao and the others, who were at the first-rank true god realm. Lu Ming's current strength had greatly increased compared to when he was in the Nether Dragon's secret territory. It was easy for him to deal with the purple-robed youth. You're so weak and yet you want to fight for the position of captain. Who else wants the captain flag? Come on. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other 8 people. The faces of a few people changed. Their cultivation was on par with the purple-robed youth. Since Lu Ming could easily suppress the purple-robed youth, they definitely weren't his match. However, not everyone was afraid of it. Lad, you're pretty strong. You must be one of the top 3 on the empty god list. The long-faced youth squinted his eyes and said coldly. The eyes of the others flashed as realization dawned on them. Only the top 3 empty gods on the empty god list had such terrifying strength. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then hurry up. If you don't, then get lost. Lu Ming reprimanded. Arrogant. I can even easily suppress the number 1 on the empty god list. Today, I'll show you the difference between the outer sect and inner sect. The long-faced youth's eyes were cold. His body flashed and he charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was shockingly fast. This was a godly speed skill and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react in time. However, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary person. Wang! The long spear in his hand buzzed and vibrated. Then, it shot out explosively, instantly turning into dozens of spear shadows that pierced in all directions. Whoosh! In the next moment, the long-faced young man's figure appeared. He floated backward and dodged Lu Ming's attack. Brat, your reaction is quite sharp. In that case, I'll use my strength to suppress you. The long-faced youth yelled coldly. The aura of a 4th-level true god completely erupted. A 4th-level true god was much stronger than a 2nd-level true god. Divine power surged like waves, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand. Meteor Spear. With a low shout, the long-faced youth thrust his spear at Lu Ming like a meteor. A terrifying divine skill. Under the support of a level 4 true god's divine power, the power was astonishingly strong. Lu Ming immediately activated the battle character's secret art to double his battle prowess. The divine force in his body circulated at full force, and the 5 divine fires burned fiercely, bursting out with shocking power. World extinguishing 3 strikes, sky piercing. Lu Ming used his most powerful move right away. Two beams of spear gleams collided in the air, as though two stars had collided. Dong! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. The others' faces changed, and they hurriedly retreated, circulating their divine power to resist. Pang! Pang! The scattered energy slammed into the ground and the walls. Even though the ground and walls were made of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years, they still left deep scars on them. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating continuously. Every step he took would leave a footprint on the ground. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. The person who retreated was the long-faced youth. Sigh. At the scene, there was a sound of people sucking in cold air. Lu Ming actually repelled the long-faced youth. How was this possible? The long-faced youth had a 4th-level true god cultivation. An 8th-level void god could actually repel a 4th-level true god. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 4th-level true god. What kind of monster was this? The others could no longer use the word shock to describe their feelings. They simply thought that they were dreaming. Impossible, the long-faced youth found it hard to believe. He has some strength. A 4th-level true god is indeed powerful. Lu Ming said in his heart. A 4th-level true god was much stronger than a 2nd-level true god. Even Lu Ming couldn't defeat him easily. And hi, let's attack together. Let's attack together and suppress this kid. At this moment, the long-faced youth shouted. He was calling out to the burly youth. Among this group of people, he and the burly youth, and Hai, had the highest cultivation level. They had reached the 4th level of True God Realm. The rest of them were at the 2nd or 3rd level of True God Realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. Alright, let's attack together. And Hai took a step forward, and a metal rod appeared in his hand. It was pitch black, and looked extremely heavy. Kid, your strength is beyond my expectation. As long as you can defeat the two of us, I will recognize you as the leader. No, you will be my boss in the future, and I will follow you. And Hai said in a deep voice, and his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Up to you. Attack. Lu Ming said. Attack. The long-faced youth shouted and unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Ming. He displayed his divine skill, Meteor Spear, to the extreme. At the same time, An Hai also attacked. His iron rod was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. When the two of them joined forces, their strength was unleashed to the extreme, and the power was overwhelming. Even Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character formula consecutively, and his combat strength was increased by 3 times. 3rd Strike of Extinction, Sky Piercing. Lu Ming displayed the 3rd Strike of Extinction once again, and 2 spear lights clashed with the long-faced youth and An Hai. Boom! Boom! After a few collisions, the two figures retreated. It was An Hai and the long-faced youth. After Lu Ming activated the 3rd Strike of Extinction, the two of them were even weaker, and they were suppressed by Lu Ming. As the two of them retreated, Lu Ming immediately followed up. His spear light was like a mountain pillar, pressing down on the two of them. The two of them roared and tried their best to resist, but they couldn't. As the spear light pressed down, the two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their figures retreated rapidly, and they crashed into the wall, almost shattering the wall made of 100 million years dark ice. The two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. God, this, the others were also shocked to the extreme, and their throats were trembling as if there was a lump of dog hair stuck in their throats. Dong! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the palace shook. His fighting spirit was soaring. Wait, I don't want to fight anymore, I surrender, and Hai was the first to shout. He looked at Lu Ming with reverence and deep admiration. Lu Ming, you're crazy. I, Anhai, am a man of my words. Since you've defeated us, you'll be the captain from now on, and also my boss. Anhai patted his chest and said. Lu Ming didn't comment. He looked at the long-faced youth and said, what about you, do you still want to fight? Chapter 27:27. The long-faced young man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and walked into a room without saying a word. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming said coldly. The long-faced young man's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. What do you want? The long-faced young man asked with an ugly expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He swept his gaze across the rest. What about you guys? Who wants to fight? Come at me together. Don't waste time. Lu Ming said. The other 7 young men and women shuddered and broke out in cold sweat. What a joke. The long-faced young man and Anhai, 2 level 4 true gods, were no match for Lu Ming. Were they looking for trouble? Senior brother Lu, you must be joking. You are strong enough to be the leader. We are convinced. Yes, we are convinced. The others quickly nodded and bowed. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Since Lu Ming was stronger than them, they had to call Lu Ming senior brother, even if he was just an outer disciple. Alright, since that is the case, I will say this. Since I am the leader, you must listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ming said coldly. Of course. The others nodded and bowed. Only the long-faced young man's face became gloomier. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hands. Everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They found a room to stay in. Lu Ming also found a room to stay in. The next few days were peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 7 days, the ice soul race that had received them before came again. Lu Ming and the others came to the courtyard. Everyone, the outstanding talents of the other sects are all here. The 9th young master intends to let everyone meet first to familiarize themselves with each other. That way, they will be able to cooperate better in future missions. The 9th young master has already prepared a banquet. The Ice Soul Race Elder said with a smile. Senior, how many sects are participating this time? Lu Ming asked. Other than your Kongxian school, there are 5 other sections. One of them is the Mystic Academy, one of the 3 overlords. The elder from the Ice Soul clan explained. Mystic Academy. Lu Ming, Anhai, and the others were shocked. What exactly was the mission this time around? There were a total of 6 sects and factions invited, and one of them was even an overlord faction. Senior, what is the mission this time? Lu Ming asked again. The others also looked curious. They couldn't understand. The Ice Soul race was extremely powerful. What kind of mission would they have that they couldn't complete on their own? Why would they ask for help? More importantly, the Ice Soul race only needed to send out a high-level true God realm expert to suppress them. 9th young master will explain this later. The old man of the Ice Soul clan smiled and didn't explain further. The group followed the old man and soon arrived at a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large, and there was a small lake in the middle of the courtyard. The strangest thing was that the lake water didn't freeze even though the temperature was so low. Rows of seats were placed beside the lake. These seats were also carefully arranged. There were a total of 7 areas. The highest area had the most seats, and it was already filled with people. These people had long snow-white hair and snow-white pupils. It was obvious that they were from the Ice Soul race. The other 5 seats were also filled with people at this moment. Obviously, these people were from the other 5 sections. The group landed on the ground. The Ice Soul race elder walked toward the seats and bowed to a young man in the middle. 9th young master, the people from the Kongxian school are here. This young man had long snow-white hair and was very handsome. He was the Ice Soul Race's 9th young master, Bing Qing. Alright, you may leave. Bing Qing waved his hand. The Ice Soul Race elder and the others bowed and left. Lu Ming, and Hai, and the others looked at the people from the other sections. They were all young people. The people from the other 5 sects and the Ice Soul Race were all young people. Judging from their life auras, they were all younger than 10,000 years old. Huya. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he looked at a certain area. This was the area where the Mystic Academy was located. The Mystic Academy had the most people, with a total of 18 people. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was Huya, the prodigy of the Tiger tribe who had fought with Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex recruitment test. As Lu Ming and the others were looking at the others were looking at them as well. The Kongxian school actually sent an empty god to do this mission. What a joke. Is he looking down on the Ice Soul Race and treating this mission as a joke? A sharp voice sounded. It came from the Mystic Academy. It was a young man from the Mystic Academy. The others were curious as well. Lu Ming did not deliberately hide his ability. Everyone could tell at one glance that Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Void God realm. The people who had come to complete this mission were all prodigies of the true God realm and above. Even the people from the Ice Soul Race were surprised that the Kongxian school had sent an empty God realm. Don't spout nonsense. Since when did the Kongxian school look down on the Ice Soul Race? And Hai looked at the young man from the Mystic Academy and said unhappily. You're still denying it? Then why did you send an empty God realm? I think the Kongxian school is just trying to get away with this mission and get more benefits. The young man from the Mystic Academy sneered. The Kongxian school was the leader of the top 10 sects. Their strength had increased rapidly over the years and they had become a threat to the 3 overlords. Therefore, the relationship between the 3 overlords and the Kongxian school wasn't good. The Mystic Academy seized the opportunity to suppress the Kongxian school. Bullshit. The Mystic Academy is the one who is trying to get away with this mission. And Hai shouted. What did you say? Are you looking for trouble? The young man from the Mystic Academy wasn't afraid at all and he exuded a powerful aura. Do you think I'm afraid of you? And Hai said loudly. He didn't back down. The 2 sides were about to fight. You are all guests. Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Bing Qing, the 9th lord of the Ice Soul Race, laughed and tried to smooth things over. He had to give face to the 9th lord of the Ice Soul Race. The young man from the Mystic Academy retracted his aura and looked at Hai coldly. I'll let you go today for the sake of Lord Bing Qing. Humph, we don't know who will let you go yet. And Hai said unhappily. Everyone from the Kongxian school, please take a seat. Bing Qing laughed again and pointed to an empty seat. There were 10 tables and chairs in this seat. It was the same number as the 10 people from the Kongxian school. It was obviously prepared for the Kongxian school. Chapter 27-28. Moreover, these seats were arranged in a particular way. They were arranged like a fan, with the middle seat protruding and the seats on both sides leaning back slightly. Lu Ming and the rest of the team walked toward their seats. Lu Ming sat down in the middle seat while the rest of the team sat on both sides of the seat. The people from the other sects were stunned when they saw where Lu Ming and the rest of the team were seated. This was because the middle seat was usually reserved for the team leaders. For example, the 9th young master of the Ice Spirit tribe, Bing Qing, was seated in the middle. The people from the other sects who were seated in the middle were the team leaders of this mission. If Lu Ming was seated in the middle, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming was the team leader of the 10 members of the Kongxian school? An empty god was the team leader. Ha. What a joke. How could the Kongxian school let an empty god be the team leader? What a joke. The young man from the Mystic Academy who had spoken earlier laughed out loud. His voice was filled with mockery. In my opinion, the Kongxian school has no other capable people. How could they let an empty god be the team leader? I can foresee how useless the rest of the team members are. How could such a sect be worthy of being the top of the top 10 sects? Another young man from the Mystic Academy sneered. The other sects also sneered at the Kongxian school. This time, even Bing Qing and the other young supreme talents from the Ice Spirit tribe looked displeased. It was still acceptable for an empty god to follow them. However, this empty god was actually the leader of the Ice Spirit tribe. This was clearly looking down on the Ice Spirit tribe. What did they take the Ice Spirit tribe for? They had invited the supreme talents from the Kongxian school to help them because they had to give the Kongxian school a lot of benefits. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming and the rest of the team have been rewarded with 20,000 points for completing the mission? The Ice Spirit tribe had given the Kongxian school a lot of benefits so that the Kongxian school could reward them with a lot of points. Now, the young man from the Mystic Academy had said that letting a virtual god be the team leader was simply perfunctory. In the Kongxian school, the long-faced youth, the purple-robed youth, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had expected this to happen, which was why they wanted to take Lu Ming's position as team leader. You're all fucking bullshit. The position of captain of Kongxian school is naturally reserved for the strongest person. What do you know? Lu Ming didn't say anything, but Anhai couldn't help but roar. The strongest person. Annihility God is your strongest person. You guys are really useless. Ha ha ha. The young men of the Hybrid Demon Academy burst out laughing with mocking expressions. In my opinion, your Kongxian school's title as the leader of the top 10 sects is completely undeserved. Why don't you just give it up? On the right side of Lu Ming's group, a young man from a sect sneered. This sect was one of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Flowing Water sect. The Flowing Water sect wasn't very strong in the Qin Tian 13 sects. It was almost at the bottom. However, the Flowing Water sect had a very good relationship with the Mystic Academy. They usually followed the Mystic Academy's lead. Some people even joked that the Flowing Water sect was a dog of the Mystic Academy. The Kongxian school and the Mystic Academy had a conflict, so they naturally stood on the side of the Mystic Academy. What's a dog barking for? Anhai retorted very rudely. What did you say? A bunch of useless people. I think you should go back. Don't make a fool of yourself here. You'll drag us down when you participate in the mission. A black-faced youth from the Flowing Water sect hooted. He then looked at Lu Ming with disdain and said, What? You're not convinced, right? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Kid, I challenge you now. At the end of his sentence, the black-faced youth stood up and pointed at Lu Ming, shouting loudly. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, I want to challenge you. I'm in the Flowing Water sect and I'm not the captain. Now I challenge you, the captain. Do you dare to accept? The black-faced youth said loudly. He seemed to be reckless, but he was actually very shrewd. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a Nihility God realm martial artist who couldn't withstand a single blow. He wasn't the captain of the Flowing Water sect, but he defeated the captain of the Kongxian school. It was equivalent to slapping the Kongxian school's face. He could make a name for himself and please the Mystic Academy's prodigies. It was killing two birds with one stone. You're not qualified to make me fight. Anhai, go and teach him a lesson. Make him kneel on the ground and apologize. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and slowly took a sip. Good, that's what I want. Anhai revealed a ferocious expression and strode towards the Flowing Water sect. Bing Qing's eyes flashed, but she didn't stop him. The Mystic Academy's prodigies also watched with interest. Brat, kneel down. Anhai quickened his pace and finally jumped up. Like a goshawk, he swooped down towards the black-faced youth from the Flowing Water sect. The vast palm force was like an avalanche as it pressed towards the black-faced youth. The black-faced youth's expression changed as he punched out continuously. His fist technique was like flowing water. After dozens of punches, the sky was filled with fist shadows. The fist shadows gathered into a river and rushed towards Anhai. However, Anhai's cultivation was at level 4 True God Realm, while the black-faced youth was only at level 2 True God Realm. The difference was too big. Under the pressure of Anhai's palm force, the black-faced youth's fist shadows collapsed. Boom! The palm force was like a mountain, pressing down on the black-faced youth. The black-faced youth screamed and knelt on the ground with a plop. Presumptuous! You're courting death. The other youths from the Flowing Water sect were enraged. They roared and pounced towards Anhai, including the captain of the Flowing Water sect. Come on, all of you kneel down. Anhai revealed a ferocious expression. A long staff appeared in his hand. The long staff swept out, exploding the void and creating a terrifying boom. The sky was filled with staff shadows, pressing down on the Flowing Water sect's elites like a mountain. There were a total of 6 youths from the Flowing Water sect, but the strongest one was only at level 3 True God Realm. He was no match for Anhai. Pang! 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 After a series of explosions, the Flowing Water sect's disciples were thrown back and vomited blood. Only the captain was in a better state, but he was also thrown back and vomited blood. Level 4 True God Realm. The captain of the Flowing Water sect shouted, revealing a shocked expression. Those who came this time were those who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. It was rare to be able to cultivate to level 4 True God Realm within 10,000 years. The others were also shocked. They looked at Anhai with a dignified expression. However, they could not figure out why Anhai was not the captain of the Kongxian school. Instead, the captain was a level 8 Empty God Realm martial artist. Could it be that the kid has a high status in the Kongxian school and is the descendant of a big shot? Many people thought so. This was very likely. Otherwise, with Anhai's cultivation, why would they listen to Lu Ming and let Lu Ming be the captain? With your cultivation, you dare to criticize my Kongxian school. Kneel down and apologize to me. Anhai's iron staff pressed down on the captain of the Flowing Water sect. Chapter 27-29. Anhai's iron rod was like a steel mountain under his divine power. It was extremely thick and filled with terrifying power. Although the Flowing Water sect's captain tried his best, the difference in their cultivation levels was obvious. He was completely outclassed and was forced to retreat. His body trembled as he coughed out blood. Kneel. Anhai was extremely domineering. He pressed his iron rod down again, wanting to force the Flowing Water sect's captain to kneel on the ground. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice came from the Mystic Academy. It was the Mystic Academy's captain, a young man with black demonic tattoos on his face. As soon as he spoke, a young man sitting next to him dashed out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Flowing Water sect's captain. A large cauldron appeared in his hand and he swung it at Anhai's iron rod. Dong! There was an earth-shattering roar as the energy spread out in all directions. Then, the two figures took a few steps back. Anhai and the young man from the Yimo Academy were evenly matched in this exchange. 4th level True God Realm. Anhai licked his lips. His eyes were even more ferocious and filled with a strong desire to battle. Anhai had always been a person who liked to fight. However, Anhai did not continue to attack. He knew that since the Mystic Academy had made a move, it would be difficult to make the Flowing Water sect's captain kneel. The Kongxian school is so arrogant. You made the other sect's elites kneel in front of everyone. What's wrong? Do you want to replace the Mystic Academy and become the Overlord? The Mystic Academy's captain said coldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put a big hat on the Kongxian school's head. As he spoke, the Mystic Academy's captain looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were sharp as he said, also, as a captain, can you only hide behind others and give orders? I don't care who you are. It's okay if you act like a tyrant in the Kongxian school, but to act like a tyrant in front of the Mystic Academy is ridiculous. You said it yourself. I didn't say anything. Lu Ming said indifferently. But you have done it, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. You have injured the people of the flowing water sect in front of me, you have to pay the price. Now, get out here and apologize to me, apologize to the flowing water sect, and apologize to the Mystic Academy. The captain of the Mystic Academy stared at Lu Ming. His gaze was so cold that it pierced through Lu Ming's bones. Apologize? You think too much, the flowing water sect being abused is purely their own fault. Lu Ming said calmly as he continued to drink his wine. His calm demeanor made the Mystic Academy captain's eyes turn even colder. Good, good, good. The captain of the Mystic Academy said, good, 3 times in a row. Then, he said coldly, then, you asked for it. Attack, I want that kid to kneel down. Boom. 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 As soon as the captain of the Mystic Academy finished speaking, 7 or 8 people from the Mystic Academy immediately stood up. Their bodies flashed and appeared in different places. A few of them blocked the long-faced young man from the Kongxian school. The long-faced young man's expression changed, but he didn't make a move in the end. He just waited and watched. Get out of my way. On the other hand, An Hai roared and waved his iron rod, trying to blow away the people in front of him. Behave yourself. In front of An Hai, the man with the cauldron waved his cauldron like a mountain towards An Hai. The two of them exchanged a few moves, but they were evenly matched. An Hai was held back. In this way, the people of the Kongxian school were all held back. Only Lu Ming was still sitting in his seat and drinking wine. Leave this kid to me. During the 13 sex assessment, this kid killed many of my Tiger Tribe's elites. Today, I will make him kneel in front of me and repent. Huya suddenly stood up from his seat in the Mystic Academy and stared at Lu Ming ferociously. Oh, he's from the same batch as you? The captain of the Mystic Academy was stunned. That's right. However, during the 13 sex assessment, my cultivation was suppressed and I couldn't use my full strength. That's why I couldn't take revenge. Now, it's the right time. Huya said ferociously. Alright, I'll leave this kid to you. The captain of the Mystic Academy said. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Huya's body, suppressing Lu Ming. Level 1 True God Realm. This was Huya's level. During the 13 sex assessment, Huya's cultivation was already at level 9 Empty God Realm. It wasn't surprising that he had broken through to the True God Realm. Lu Ming, get up and fight with me. I'll let you know what true combat strength is. Huya strode toward Lu Ming. He had a ferocious look and his mouth was wide open. His body was like a huge mountain. Most people would tremble in fear if they were suppressed by his aura. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at Huya as he said, I'm not interested in fighting with a loser. Find someone who can fight. Although Huya controlled sacred grade divine power and had powerful combat strength, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached level 8 Void God Realm and he had improved greatly in all aspects. Moreover, he had cultivated the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Tao Sutra. However, Huya felt insulted by Lin Fan's words. Arrogant. If my cultivation wasn't suppressed back then, I could have killed you with a finger. Huya roared. He took a step forward and appeared before Lu Ming. His huge palm reached out to grab Lu Ming's head. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's head like a watermelon. As the huge palm pressed down, energy filled the air. Lu Ming's seat and the dishes on it shook violently. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A gust of divine force spread out and covered the dishes, preventing them from moving. Then, Lu Ming raised his hand and stabbed out with his finger like a spear. Shush! A spear radiance shot out from Lu Ming's finger and hit Huya's palm. Boom! When divine forces collided, there was a loud explosion. Then, there was a painful roar. A figure was pushed back, causing the ground to rumble. It was Huya who was pushed back. Moreover, there was a bloody hole in his palm and blood was flowing out. Apart from the people from the Kongxian sect, everyone's gaze froze as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming sat there without moving. How could he be so strong to be able to pierce through Huya's palm? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 8 empty God realm. On the other hand, Huya was already at level 1 true God realm. Most importantly, Huya wasn't an ordinary person. He was a peerless genius who controlled divine force. Even in the Mystic Academy, there weren't many people like him. When he grew up, he would be the holy son of the Mystic Academy. He would be qualified to compete for the position of the Dean of the Mystic Academy in the future. His combat strength couldn't be measured by his cultivation. It was easy for him to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. However, he had been injured by Lu Ming, who was a higher cultivation level than him. Even Huya himself was incomparably shocked. This was because he clearly knew that in the previous clash, his divine power had been easily pierced through. Chapter 27:30. Didn't you say that you wanted to show me your strength? Is this all you've got? Lu Ming looked at Huya in disdain, his voice filled with mockery. I don't believe that I will lose to an empty god with my true god realm cultivation. Tigers roar, tear him apart. Huya's eyes turned red as he roared. Divine force surged from his body, causing his body to swell up. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the entire place. Huya turned into a half-human, half-tiger being. He stomped his feet and pounced towards Lu Ming like a gust of wind. This was the secret technique of the tiger tribe. Once it was unleashed, one's strength would increase. Many special tribes had their own secret techniques. Only that tribe could unleash the secret techniques, and they were all different. This was something that the human tribe could not compare to. Lu Ming became more serious as he stood up. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Boom! A huge spear radiance swept towards Huya. Tear him apart! Huya roared. His fingernails were as sharp as blades as he continuously clawed out. The sky was filled with claw imprints as they clawed towards the spear light. Bam! 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 In an instant, the two of them had clashed dozens of times. Huya's face changed drastically as he grunted and his body flew backwards. In mid-air, blood spurted out from his mouth. A disciple of the Mystic Academy flew towards the sky and caught Huya before landing on the ground. Huya vomited blood as his aura weakened. He was severely injured and could no longer fight. Weak. Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, his tone full of disdain. Puff. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Huya vomited another mouthful of blood out of anger. He had always thought that he had lost to Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex assessment because he had suppressed his cultivation. If he had not suppressed his cultivation, he could have killed Lu Ming with a single finger. He didn't expect that after meeting Lu Ming for several decades, he would be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. He was easily crushed by Lu Ming. It was really hard for him to accept. Brat, how dare you injure a disciple of the Mystic Academy? How dare you? Let me teach you a lesson. With a roar, a bald young man rushed out from the Mystic Academy. This bald youth exuded an extremely shocking aura. He was a level 4 true God realm genius, and his cultivation was not any weaker than Anhai's. Boom! The bald youth soared into the air. His leg was like a steel whip, sweeping towards Lu Ming. This person's leg technique was extremely impressive. Before the leg arrived, the terrifying force was already pressing towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. Lu Ming swept out with his spear and collided with the bald youth's leg. There was a violent explosion. The bald youth's figure floated backward, and the long spear in Lu Ming's hand, which was condensed from divine power, trembled non-stop and almost collapsed. There's a divine artifact on his leg. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. His opponent was wearing a pair of golden boots, which was a divine artifact. Lu Ming didn't use a divine artifact, so the long spear condensed from divine power almost collapsed. With a thought, a divine artifact long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Heaven stabilizing kick, heaven stabilizing strike. The bald youth retreated and stabilized himself in the air. Then, he rushed towards Lu Ming. Both of his legs kicked out consecutively. His entire person was like a drill, blasting towards Lu Ming. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming executed the sky-piercing strike. A resplendent spear light collided with the bald youth. Chi energy spread out in all directions, and the bald youth was sent flying back several tens of thousands of meters. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. How is this possible? The others widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Ming actually injured the bald youth. The bald youth was a level 4 true God realm genius. His combat strength wasn't something that Huya could compare with. However, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. A level 8 empty God realm genius was actually able to suppress a level 4 true God realm genius. What kind of freak was that? Everyone finally knew why Lu Ming could become the leader of the Kongxian school. It was because he had the strength to do so. Previously, Anhai had said loudly that Lu Ming could become the leader of the Kongxian school because he was the strongest. However, no one believed him at that time. They all thought that Anhai was bragging. Now, they knew that what Anhai said was the truth. How is this possible? Huya couldn't believe his own eyes. He was in control of the sacred divine power and considered himself a peerless genius. To him, it was nothing out of the ordinary for him to fight someone of a higher level. However, he now realized that he was nothing compared to Lu Ming. This kid, the leader of the Mystic Academy, narrowed his eyes in shock. Even if it were the remnants of the 3 overlord forces, none of them would possess such horrifying fighting strength if they were to fight at the same level as them. Interesting. Interesting. The 9th prince of the ice spirit race, Bing Qing, said. The genius of the Mystic Academy is only a so-so. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, don't be arrogant. Let me fight you. Take this. The geniuses of the Hybrid Demon Academy were enraged. 2 young men immediately dashed toward Lu Ming and charged toward him. These 2 young men, their cultivations were shockingly also level 4 true God. The Mystic Academy was indeed one of the 3 overlords of the Qin Tian star field. They were indeed powerful. They already had 4 level 4 true God realm geniuses. One should know that the only level 4 true God realm geniuses in the Kongxian school were Anhai and the long-faced youth. Of course, there were other geniuses who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. However, it was enough to show how powerful the Mystic Academy was. The 2 geniuses at the 4th level of True God Realm attacked Lu Ming fiercely from both sides. Their divine skills had been cultivated to the 3rd level and their powers were very shocking. At the same time, the bald youth also exerted his full strength. He stepped in the air and appeared above Lu Ming. He looked down and stomped his foot down. The 3 experts teamed up to deal with Lu Ming. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Even an ordinary level 5 True God Realm or level 6 True God Realm expert would have to dodge, let alone a level 8 Empty God Realm expert. However, Lu Ming's face was calm. At this moment, his battle intent shot up to the sky. An even stronger force was released from his body. The battle character art had tripled his combat strength. 3rd strike of destruction, break the sky. With the battle character art tripled his combat strength, Lu Ming unleashed the 3rd strike of destruction. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming stabbed his spear out 3 times. The 3 spear shadows shot up from 3 different directions and stabbed towards the 3 young geniuses of the Mystic Academy. Boom! 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 A violent explosion rang out, and it was as if 3 stars had exploded in the sky. You're defeated. Lu Ming roared. As Lu Ming roared, the 3 figures retreated a few thousand meters away. Their bodies were covered in blood. Chapter 2731. Defeated. The 3 Sky Prides from the Mystic Academy were all defeated. Every one of them had a gunshot wound on their chests. The wound was penetrated from the front to the back, and fresh blood was flowing out. The 3 of them were pale and their auras were weak. Their faces were filled with shock. At that moment, they thought that they were going to die. The others were shocked as well. Lu Ming had won in a 1 versus 3 situation. His combat power could no longer be described as shocking. Even Bing Qing, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had a strong sense of shock in her eyes. The people from the other sects gasped. Mystic Academy, is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming held his gun with one hand and looked at the people from the Mystic Academy. I didn't expect the Kongxian school to have someone like you. Alright, I'll fight you today. A cold voice sounded. It was the leader of the Mystic Academy. Just now, he had been sitting in his seat, but now, he suddenly stood up. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura burst out from this person's body, and a boundless pressure permeated the void. Plop! Some people actually couldn't withstand this pressure and directly sat down on the ground. The crowd felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. This aura, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness. The leader of the Mystic Academy was definitely a terrifying person. The leader of the Mystic Academy was a level 5 true god. However, the aura he gave off was much stronger than the other level 4 true gods. Even if An Hai was a level 5 true god, he wouldn't be able to give off such a strong aura. The divine power that this person wielded was of the saint grade. Without a doubt, he was a top-notch sky pride. His combat strength wasn't something that Huya could compare with. Huya was only a level 1 true god, but this person was already a level 5 true god. A powerful aura also erupted from Lu Ming's body. His entire being was like a divine spear, showing its sharpness. Boom! Their auras collided in the air, causing a thunderous explosion. The terrifying pressure caused all the seats to tremble, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Many people quickly used their divine power to protect themselves. They knew that once Lu Ming fought with the leader of the Mystic Academy, the destruction would be terrifying. The 9th young lord of the Ice Soul clan suddenly stood up and stepped between Lu Ming and the leader of the Mystic Academy. A chilling aura radiated from his body. This chilling aura was terrifying. It was as if it was going to freeze everything in the world. Lu Ming and the leader of the Mystic Academy's aura seemed to be frozen by this aura. They couldn't help but retract their auras. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Bing Qing was most likely more powerful than the team leader of the Hybrid Demon Academy. Can the two of you give me some face and let today's matter end here? Bing Qing asked. He didn't stop them before because he wanted to see how strong they were. However, the situation was getting out of hand. If the Kongxian School and the Mystic Academy fought, it would be detrimental to the mission. Therefore, he stood out to stop them. The leader of the Mystic Academy looked at Bing Qing with a serious expression. He couldn't see through Bing Qing's cultivation and it gave him great pressure. Kid, you're lucky today. I hope your luck will continue to be this good. The leader of the Mystic Academy looked coldly at Lu Ming. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Kongxian School had a prodigy like Lu Ming. This made him feel shocked. This person can't be allowed to live. The leader of the Mystic Academy thought. The Kongxian School was the top of the top 10 sections. They had become stronger over the years and were a threat to the 3 overlords. Therefore, a prodigy like Lu Ming couldn't be allowed to live. Once he grew up, he would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned to his seat. Bing Qing and the others also returned to their seats. Thank you all for coming today. I believe that everyone is curious about the mission this time. Now, I will briefly explain the mission this time. The mission is to go to one of the ancestral grounds of the Ice Spirit clan and retrieve a treasure called the Ice Jade Heart. The path to the ancestral grounds is guarded by powerful restrictions, especially the age restriction. Only those who are under 10,000 years old can enter. Bing Qing said. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder the sects only sent out prodigies under 10,000 years old. Therefore, with the Ice Spirit clan's strength, they would ask for help from the other sections. However, the Ice Spirit Clan's prodigies under 10,000 years old were limited. There must be danger in your ancestral grounds. Someone asked. Of course. According to the ancient records, there are desolate beasts inside. Otherwise, why would the Ice Spirit Clan pay such a high price? If you are afraid and don't want to go, you can go back now. The Ice Spirit Clan will send you back. Bing Qing smiled. Everyone was silent. They had already expected that there would be danger. Otherwise, the reward wouldn't be so high. The Kongxian school alone was worth 20,000 points. The other sects gave similar rewards. Alright. Since no one wants to back out, we will depart in 3 days. Come, let's drink. Bing Qing said with a smile. Everyone began to toast and drink. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone left. You guys go back first. I have something to do. Lu Ming said to Anhai and the others. Anhai and the others nodded and left. Soon, only Lu Ming and a few people from the Ice Spirit Clan were left. Brother Lu, do you have something to say? Bing Qing looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I have something to ask the 9th young lord. Lu Ming said. He wanted to ask Bing Qing about the whereabouts of the Cold Moon Stones. If possible, he wanted to buy some. Oh. You guys go back first. Bing Qing waved at the people from the Ice Spirit Clan and they left. Brother Lu, what is it? Bing Qing smiled. 9th young lord, Lu Ming wants to ask if the Ice Spirit Clan has any Cold Moon Stones. Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked directly. Cold Moon Stones. Bing Qing's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, that's right. The Ice Spirit Clan does have Cold Moon Stones. There is really one. Lu Ming was elated. 9th young lord, can you sell a few Cold Moon Stones to Lu Ming? Lu Ming asked. Sell them to you? I don't think so. The 9th young lord shook his head. You can't sell them. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, the Cold Moon Stone is an extremely precious treasure in the Ice Soul Clan. Every time one is used, there will only be one left. Even now, the number of Cold Moon Stones in the Ice Soul Clan is extremely small. They are kept in the treasure vault of our clan's big shots. Even I find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Bing Qing smiled bitterly. Chapter 2732. Lu Ming was disappointed. He originally thought that even if the Ice Soul Clan did not have a lot of Cold Moon Stones, it would not be rare. He did not expect that even in the Ice Soul Clan, Cold Moon Stones were extremely precious treasures. Even Bing Qing found it difficult to obtain one, so it would be impossible for him to buy some. It seems like I'll have to find a replacement in the future if I want to cultivate the Frost Shackles to greater mastery. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Cold Moon Stones weren't the only thing he could use to cultivate the Frost Shackles to greater mastery. He could also use other precious materials, but most of them were extremely precious. Brother Lu, if you really want the Cold Moon Stones, there's a way. Bing Qing suddenly changed the topic. What way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To tell you the truth, most of the Cold Moon Stones in the Ice Soul Clan came from the Ancestral Land. However, the Ancestral Land was closed for some reason a long time ago, and it was filled with powerful restrictions. Only after a long time will the restrictions weaken, and outsiders can enter the Ancestral Land. If you're lucky, you might be able to get some Cold Moon Stones this time. Our main purpose in entering the Ancestral Land this time is to obtain the Ice Jade Heart Chill, but we also want to get some Cold Moon Stones. Bing Qing said. So, the Cold Moon Stones come from the Ice Soul Clan's Ancestral Land. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to this trip to the Ice Soul Clan's Ancestral Land. He had to get some Cold Moon Stones. Brother Lu, if you find any Cold Moon Stones in the Ancestral Land, they're yours. You can take them with you. Bing Qing added. Thank you, 9th young lord. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked her. Then, he left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, everyone gathered again. There were nearly 100 Sky Prides from the Mystic Academy, Kongxian School, and half of the Sky Prides from the Ice Soul Clan. There were about 50 Sky Prides from the Ice Soul Clan alone. All the top experts under the age of 10,000 had come. Bing Qing was the leader of the Ice Soul Clan. "Everyone, please follow me," said Bing Qing as she flew in a certain direction. Everyone followed Bing Qing to a large teleportation portal. The Ice Soul race's territory was very vast. They had more than 80 galaxies and countless planets. Their ancestral land was quite a distance away from the Ice Soul star. Beside the teleportation array, there were already dozens of figures. Those figures were all wearing white gowns. There were both men and women. However, they were all very old. "Greetings, elders." Bing Qing and the other prodigies of the Ice Soul Clan bowed to the old men. These old men were actually the elders of the Ice Soul Clan. They were absolutely terrifying experts. "Since everyone is here, let's set off," one of the elders of the Ice Spirit Clan said as he stepped into the teleportation portal. Then, the other elders also stepped into the portal. Why would he need so many experts of the Ice Soul Clan to work together? The same thought flashed through many people's minds, and then everyone stepped into the teleportation matrix. The teleportation matrix flashed, and everyone disappeared. After half a month of teleportation, they arrived at a barren planet. Then, one of the elders of the Ice Soul Clan took out a large starship. Everyone boarded the starship and flew for a few more days. In front of them, a strange place appeared in front of them. In front of them in the universe, there were countless huge rocks floating in the air. These rocks looked like they were formed by the explosion of a planet. From afar, these rocks seemed to form a path that led straight ahead. This was the ancestral land of the Ice Soul Clan. The elder put away the starship, and they stood in the universe. However, a layer of light appeared on Lu Ming and the others, enveloping them. True gods couldn't stay in the cosmos for too long. This light screen had naturally been set up by the elders of the Ice Soul tribe. The ancestral land of the Ice Soul Clan is in the depths of these rocks. We need to pass through these rocks to enter the ancestral land. Bing Qing explained. Pass through these rocks? We are all in the true god realm. However, true gods cannot stay in the universe for long. Someone's expression changed. In front of them, those huge rocks were floating in the sky. It was no different from being exposed in the universe. Don't worry. This area was formed by the explosion of a planet with life a long time ago. It is full of powerful restrictions. However, because of the restrictions, the environment of this area is similar to that of a planet with life. As long as you are under 10,000 years old, you can enter. Bing Qing explained. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, you can go in now. Bing Qing, you must remember that you only have half a year at most. After half a year, the restrictions here will be strengthened again. At that time, you won't be able to come out even if you want to. Remember, regardless of whether you complete the task or not, you must come out within half a year. Understand? One of the elders reminded Bing Qing. Understood. Bing Qing nodded. Her figure flashed, and she rushed towards the area filled with broken rocks. She rushed into the area and stood on a huge piece of broken rock. Whoosh! 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 The others also moved. They rushed out and stood on the rocks. It is indeed similar to the other planets with life. Lu Ming landed on a piece of gravel and his heart stirred. The environment here was similar to that of a planet with life. There was air and even divine qi, but the gravity here was much lower. Let's go. Bing Qing led the way into the depths of the area. They jumped on the rocks at an amazing speed. Soon, more than 100 people disappeared in front of the elders of the Ice Soul Clan. Let's hope this trip is successful. One of the elders sighed. The Ice Soul Heart was very important to the Ice Soul clan. However, a long time ago, there was a great turmoil in the Ice Soul clan. A fierce battle broke out, and the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan almost collapsed. Since then, a terrifying restriction was formed outside the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. No one could enter. They had to wait for a long time for the restriction to weaken for half a year. At that time, people under 10,000 years old could enter. They had sent people in a long time ago, but they failed. If they failed again, they would have to wait for many years. They're here. Suddenly, an elder of the Ice Soul clan looked in a direction. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The other elders of the Ice Soul clan also looked in that direction with cold eyes. Whoosh! A huge starship came from that direction. As it approached, the starship stopped, and a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The people in the lead were also elders. However, their skin was red, and they emitted a scorching aura that seemed to ignite the starry sky. Chapter 27:33. The Flame Race. These people were all experts from the Flame race. In the Qin Tian starfield, there were two races other than the Qin Tian 13 sects that were the strongest. They were the Ice Spirit race and the Flame race. Each of these two races was stronger than any single overlord sect. The two major races together occupied a small half of the Qin Tian star universe's territory. Moreover, the Ice Spirit race and the Flame race had always been at odds with each other. The Ice Spirit race wanted to obtain the Ice Jade Heart from the ancestral land, but the Flame race naturally wouldn't allow it. Every time, the Flame race would send people to stop them. Behind the elders of the Flame race was a group of young experts. In addition to these young experts, there was also a group of young prodigies who weren't from the Flame race. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize a few familiar faces. Jin Xing from the Vajra race and Yang Chong. Both of them had competed with Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex assessment. Later, Jin Xing joined one of the three overlords, the Invincible Kenzo, while Yang Chong joined one of the three overlords, the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. Needless to say, these young prodigies were from the other Qin Tian 13 sects, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. Flame race, you really came. An elder from the Ice Spirit race said coldly. You want to obtain the Ice Jade Heart and suppress my Flame race? Don't think it'll be that easy. An elder from the Flame race sneered. Don't even think about stopping us. The elder from the Ice Spirit race said coldly as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! 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 Dozens of elders of the Ice Soul clan burst forth with a terrifying aura at the same time. This aura was filled with a terrifying chill. The starry sky they were in was instantly frozen, and this freezing aura was spreading towards the Flame clan. Insignificant skill. Melt for me. The elder from the Flame race roared. Then, flames erupted from all the experts from the Flame race. The entire space was about to burn. Rumble. One side was cold and the other side was hot. Both sides constantly clashed, causing the space to shake violently. We'll hold off those old bastards from the Ice Soul clan. You guys rush into that area. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's experts roared and attacked together. All kinds of attacks bombarded the Ice Soul Tribe's elder. Kill! The elders of the Ice Soul clan also roared and launched an attack. The two sides engaged in an intense battle, and the scene was extremely shocking. If the two sides were to fight on a planet with life, it would probably cause a devastating disaster. The battle between such characters was too terrifying. Perhaps just a strand of energy leaked out could destroy a small kiliocosm like the primordial realm in the heaven realm. Charge! As the experts from both sides fought, the prodigies from the Flamewing clan and the other sects took the opportunity to charge into the area of rubble. Damn it! The elders of the Ice Soul clan roared, but they couldn't do anything. Countless years ago, the Ice Soul clan had gone through a great turmoil. Now, Their strength was no longer as strong as the Flaming Flame clan. The Flaming Flame clan had come prepared. They had blocked the Ice Soul clan and allowed the others to take the opportunity to rush into the Shattered Rocks area. Seeing those young men rushing into the area of broken rocks, the two sides fought fiercely for a while, then both sides retreated and faced each other. Even if they rush into the Shattered Rocks area, they might not be able to stop the prodigies of the Ice Soul clan. An elder of the Ice Soul clan snorted. Oh, that might not be the case. An elder from the Flaming Flame clan sneered. The prodigies of the Flaming Flame clan and the other Qin Heavenly 13 sects moved forward as soon as they entered the Shattered Rocks area. They only stopped after going a long distance. Why did you stop moving forward? A prodigy from the Invincible Kenzo asked. Don't worry, we can't enter the real ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. Moreover, there are dangers in the real ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. Let's wait here until the people of the Ice Soul clan enter the ancestral land. Even if they manage to obtain the Ice Soul Heart Ice Jade, their vitality will be greatly damaged. Let's wait here and catch them off guard. We can kill them easily, a burly young man from the Flaming Flame clan said. Good plan. The others praised. Then, they set up concealment formations in the area. Lu Ming and the others continued moving forward. They had no idea what was going on behind them. The Shattered Rocks area was very long. They didn't know how many miles they had traveled. The distance they had traveled could be measured in hundreds of millions of miles. These were formed by the explosion of a planet of life. One could imagine how long it had been. After 6 or 7 days of traveling, they finally reached the end of the Shattered Rocks area. A huge light screen appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Behind this light screen is my clan's ancestral land. Only the token of my clan can open it. Bing Qing explained and took out a statue. The statue was only a foot tall. It looked like it was carved out of ice. It was crystal clear and emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Bing Qing lifted the statue and let it float in the air. Then, she formed a mysterious hand seal with both hands. Runes entered the statue one after another. Buzz! The statue began to vibrate and emit a bright light. The bone-chilling coldness became even stronger. Many people couldn't help but shiver and circulate their cultivation to resist. The light screen on the statue seemed to resonate with the light screen. The light screen trembled slightly. Then, a whirlpool appeared on the light screen. Quick, go in! Bing Qing shouted. The prodigy of the Ice Soul race was the first to rush into the whirlpool. Then, Lu Ming and the others rushed into the whirlpool. In the end, only Bing Qing was left. Bing Qing grabbed the statue and rushed into the whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly disappeared. After Lu Ming rushed into the whirlpool, he appeared on top of a mountain. To be more precise, it was an ice mountain. Sweeping his gaze around, Zhang Xian noticed that An Hai and the others were still by his side. It's so cold. Someone shuddered, his voice trembling. The temperature in this world was shockingly low. When a cold wind blew, even true God Realm cultivators couldn't help but feel the coldness. They had to circulate their divine power to resist it. Everyone looked into the distance. What they saw was a snow-white land. It was snowing heavily, and the snow-white iceberg stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Lu Ming cultivated divine power of extreme frost. This environment didn't affect him at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He circulated his divine power of extreme frost. Strands of cold air gathered toward him and was refined by him into divine power of extreme frost. If one cultivated in this place, the cultivation speed of those who cultivated cold-type divine power would increase by quite a bit. Ninth Young Lord, where is the Heart of Ice Jade that you're looking for? This world seems very big. Someone looked at Bing Qing and asked. I have a map here. Then, an ice jade talisman appeared in Bing Qing's hand. She inserted her divine power into it. The jade talisman glowed, and a map appeared in the air. Chapter 2734. Everyone started to look at the map carefully. At the southernmost part of the map, there was a red dot that was shining brightly. This red dot is our current location. The center of the map is our destination. Bing Qing explained and then pointed to the center of the map. There was a sign, the sign of an iceberg, in the center of the map. Memorize this map first. If we get separated, we will meet at the center. Within half a year, we will meet here and go out together. Bing Qing said. Everyone focused on the map and memorized it. Those who had reached the true God realm had a photographic memory. Soon, everyone had memorized the map. Let's go. Bing Qing kept the map and everyone flew towards the north. Hoo hoo hoo, the cold wind was bone-chilling and the temperature was shockingly low. However, there were still living things in this world despite the low temperature. On the iceberg and in the valleys, there were different kinds of plants. Some were as white as jade, some were as red as fire, and some were as green as jade. In the valleys, they could occasionally see the figures of some living things flashing by. Everyone was secretly impressed. Nature was indeed full of wonders. Soon, they had flown tens of millions of miles away. However, there was still a long way to go before they reached the center. Ga. At this moment, there was a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Then, a beam of white light shot up to the sky from one of the icebergs, bringing with it a whistling cold wind as it pounced toward Lu Ming and the group. That's a phoenix. When the crowd saw the white light, they were shocked. The body of the white light was a snow-white bird. It looked exactly the same as the divine beast phoenix. It's a frost jade ice phoenix. Be careful. Bing Qing shouted. Ga. The speed of the frost jade ice phoenix was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached them. It flapped its wings and many ice crystals, like ice swords, pierced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Its power was terrifying. Everyone took action and used their divine power to block the attack. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it towards the ice crystals. Clang! The ice crystals were shattered by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face changed. He realized that the power of the ice crystals was shockingly strong. As expected, some of the weaker ones were pushed back by the ice crystals and vomited blood. Ga. The frost jade ice phoenix let out a cry as it flapped its wings continuously. Countless ice crystals, along with a cold wind, swept towards them. Bastard, I'll kill you. A voice sounded. It was the leader of the Mystic Academy. This person was Lu Shangkai. At this moment, his body was emitting black divine power and he threw a few punches. Lu Shangkai, as the captain of the Hybrid Demon Academy, controlled holy divine power and had terrifying battle prowess. With a few punches, a few streams of fist force crushed out, shattering a large number of ice crystals. Whoosh! Lu Shangkai transformed into a beam of black light and charged towards the frigid jade ice phoenix. Sacred Demon Seal. Lu Shangkai's cold voice sounded out. Several black marks on his face flickered with a resplendent black light. Then, they actually formed a large black seal that pressed down on the chilling jade ice phoenix. Ga. The frost jade ice phoenix let out an angry cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a white beam of light, which collided with Lu Shangkai's big seal. Boom! The two of them collided, and the frigid jade ice phoenix's beam of light was shattered. However, the power of Lu Shangkai's seal was greatly weakened, and it continued to press down. The frigid jade ice phoenix spread its wings, and they flapped like blades of ice. Boom! The giant seal that Lu Shangkai had formed exploded. His figure was knocked backward, and the marks on his face seemed to have cracked open, causing blood to flow out. Lu Shangkai was no match for the frost jade ice phoenix. Many people were shocked. Lu Shangkai's strength was shocking, but he was still no match for the frost jade ice phoenix. If the others went up, they would die. After forcing Lu Shankai back, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix flapped its wings and turned into a white beam of light. Scram! At this moment, Bing Qing made his move. His entire body seemed to have turned into a beam of sword light and emitted a cold aura. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's wings slashed out like blades and collided with Bing Qing's sword light. Dong! A cold aura spread out and both the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix and Bing Qing were pushed back. However, the two of them charged forward again and fought fiercely for more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. He blocked it. The others were overjoyed. At the same time, they were shocked by Bing Qing's strength. Bing Qing's combat strength was above Lu Shankai's. Ga, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't defeat the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. It let out an angry cry and its attacks became more and more violent. However, Bing Qing's combat strength was too strong. He completely blocked the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix and even gained the upper hand. However, at this moment, everyone's expression changed. That was because there were sharp screeches in the surroundings. Then, figures rushed out from some of the icebergs. Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes, all of them were Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. At a glance, there were 8 of them. Including the one from before, there were 9 of them. The 8 that appeared later were huge and their wingspans were more than 200 meters long. Their auras were terrifying and they weren't any weaker than the one from before. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. How could they fight with so many Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes? The cries of the 8 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes resounded through the sky. They flapped their wings and countless ice crystals flew towards Lu Ming and the others. Block it! Someone shouted. Everyone unleashed their full strength to block the ice crystals. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his long spear continuously. In an instant, dozens of ice crystals were shot out. Lu Ming's figure also floated back. The power of these ice crystals was extremely shocking. Ah! Ah! There were a few screams. Not everyone could block the ice crystals. A few youths were pierced by the ice crystals and were frozen. Then, with a bang, they exploded into pieces. The Kongxian school didn't suffer any losses. Lu Ming had blocked dozens of ice crystals alone and shared a lot of the pressure. However, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes were approaching. Let's go, let's go. At this moment, Bing Qing pushed back the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone gathered and rushed towards a direction where there were no Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. Kakaka, a total of 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes chased after Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, the two parties had flown tens of thousands of miles. However, the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes were still chasing after them. Everyone's face turned gloomy. They didn't expect to be so unlucky to encounter 9 terrifying Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. No, if we continue like this, we'll be caught by the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes sooner or later. We'll be surrounded by them and die. Someone said. Then what should we do? Someone asked. Let's split up. Bing Qing said and made a decision. Split up. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 27:35. That's right. Let's split up. Bing Qing repeated. There are only 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. If we split up into a dozen groups, at least some of us won't be chased by the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. Also, if the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes split up, it'll be easier for us to escape. At least we won't be surrounded. Then what if the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes don't split up and chase after one group? Someone asked. Then that group will be unlucky. Bing Qing said. Some people's faces paled, becoming a bit ugly. If they split up and fled, the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes would chase after them. Only death would await them. I agree. Let's split up. Lu Shankai was the first to speak. I agree too. Lu Ming also spoke. 2 sect captains had agreed, and Bing Qing's side had obviously agreed as well. The other sects had no choice but to agree. Alright, how should we split up? We'll decide ourselves. If we split up, we'll meet at the center of the map, Bing Qing said. She then ordered the 50 or so Frost Jade race prodigies to split into 12 groups and flew in different directions. Lu Ming and the others also split up. Each of the sects split into a group and flew off in a random direction. The 10 people from the Kongxian school gathered together. This way, the 12 groups of the Frost Jade race and the 6 major sects made a total of 18 groups. There were only 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes, so they couldn't chase all 18 groups at the same time. The 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes let out a few screeches and split up in 9 different directions, chasing after 9 groups. Ha ha ha, they're not chasing us. Great. We're lucky. Run. 9 of the groups were overjoyed when they weren't chased by the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. They sped up and fled. Damn it, they're chasing us. How unlucky. The groups that were being chased all had ugly expressions. Fortunately, there was only one Frost Jade Ice Phoenix chasing them, so they still had a chance to escape. Lu Ming's group was also being chased by a Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. How unlucky. That long-faced youth cursed angrily, using all of his divine power to fly with all of his strength. They were well aware of the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strength. It was too strong. Even the team leader of the Mystic Academy, Lu Shankai, was no match for it. Most likely, they were no match for it either. They could only try their best to shake it off or hope that it wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. The chase continued for a full 2 hours. They had no idea how far they had run, but the chilling Jade Ice Phoenix was still hot on their heels. Furthermore, due to the long flight, they had used up a lot of their divine power. On the other hand, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. The distance between them was slowly shrinking. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. What should we do? If there's really no other way, I'll fight it to the death. A few Kongxian school disciples roared. It was impossible to expect others to come to their rescue. At this moment, they had already been separated from the other sections. You guys go first, I'll stop him. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. What? Everyone else was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to stay behind and stop this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix alone. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely not a match for this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Previously, Lu Shankai's strength was shocking enough, but even he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was most likely not a match for this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Whoosh! Lu Ming's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, the others from the Kongxian school could only grit their teeth and continue flying forward. Ga! The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Its sharp and cold eyes stared at Lu Ming as it quickly approached. Come! Lu Ming muttered. His body emitted a strong battle intent. The battle character art suddenly erupted with 3 times the battle strength. Lu Ming naturally didn't stop because he was willing to sacrifice himself for others. The reason why he stopped was because Enhai was a good person. Lu Ming didn't want Enhai to die in the hands of the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. In addition, Lu Ming was confident that he could escape, which was why he stayed behind. If Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could escape, he wouldn't stay behind. Let me see how strong you are. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He circulated the 9-layer crimson gold armor, and a crimson gold armor appeared. World extinguishing 3 strikes, sky shattering. Lu Ming used his strongest move. Man and Spear Unity, turning into a resplendent spear light that pierced towards the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Ga! The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Its body was covered with a thick layer of ice armor. With its terrifying speed, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the void. A sword light and a spear light collided with each other at an extremely high speed. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The force of the collision formed rings of shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body violently trembled. He was pushed back by this force, and only stopped after flying a few hundred li. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt the blood in his body churning, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage in the previous collision. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strength was above Lu Ming's expectations. If Lu Ming hadn't activated the 9-layer Crimson Gold armor, his injuries would have been even more severe. Moreover, Lu Ming could control the extreme cold divine power. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's extreme cold energy was ineffective against him. If it were someone else, their injuries would have been even more severe. Ga. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry and continued to attack Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming charged towards the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix once again, pushing his divine power to the limit. Although the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix was strong, it couldn't instantly kill him. It could only slightly injure him. This way, he could use it to temper his divine skill. 9 Heavens Garuda Art. In the process of charging out, Lu Ming executed the 9 Heavens Garuda Art. His entire body seemed to have turned into a Garuda, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. Bam! Lu Ming and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix clashed once again. This time, Lu Ming was pushed back again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were more severe, but it wasn't a big deal. Lu Ming took out a healing divine pill that he had bought beforehand and swallowed it. Once again, he unleashed all his divine power and executed 3 divine skills at the same time, attacking the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Using 3 divine skills at the same time consumed a shocking amount of divine power. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the divine power in his body was almost depleted after a few attacks. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character art. The quantifying character art stored a large amount of divine power. At this moment, divine power was surging out endlessly. Lu Ming's divine power was replenished again. Boom! 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 Lu Ming clashed with the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix more than a dozen times. Each time, Lu Ming was pushed back. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Awesome, awesome! Although Lu Ming was injured at this moment, he felt exhilarated. Due to such an intense fight, he was making rapid progress in several types of divine techniques. Chapter 2736. The 9-fold Crimson Gold armor and apocalyptic 3 strikes were approaching the 4th layer, while the 9 Heavens Garuda art was approaching the limit of the 2nd layer. Lu Ming felt that he could break through at any moment. After that, Lu Ming and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix clashed a few more times. It's about time. Lu Ming thought to himself. After such a long time, Hai and the others had already escaped. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't catch up to them even if it wanted to. Moreover, after several collisions, although Lu Ming was only slightly injured each time, after so many collisions, Lu Ming's injuries were already quite serious. It was still within his control, but if this continued, his injuries would be serious and his foundation would be damaged. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and executed the 9 Heavens Garuda art. Like a Garuda, he charged in that direction. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix cried out and chased after Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Clearly, it was enraged that it couldn't kill Lu Ming after clashing with Lu Ming repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky, leaving behind 2 bright streaks of light as they disappeared into the distance. You're still lacking if you want to catch up to me. Lu Ming smiled and pushed the 9 Heavens Garuda art to the limit. A Garuda really appeared on his body. It looked illusory, but it also increased Lu Ming's speed greatly. I broke through. I broke through to the 3rd layer. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the 9 Heavens Garuda art would break through to the 3rd layer unintentionally. The Nine Heavens Garuda art wasn't complete. It only had 7 layers, and each layer was more powerful than the last. Once he broke through, his speed would increase greatly. Whoosh! Lu Ming instantly disappeared into the distance, and the distance between him and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix quickly increased. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix was different from other divine beast phoenixes. It wasn't known for its speed. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strongest point was its attack. A casual attack could freeze everything. Lu Ming could only resist the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix for so long by relying on his cold divine energy. Therefore, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't catch up to Lu Ming after he broke through to the Nine Heavens Garuda art. Lu Ming soon left the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix in the dust. Soon. This battle was worth it. Lu Ming's ability to protect himself. His Garuda usability art. The time, Lu Ming's Garuda. Immediately after, Lu Ming found a secluded place and swallowed another healing elixir, circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. After a few hours, he had fully recovered. Moreover, the divine power in his body was boiling and he was at his peak. This was, of course. Garuda used, Garuda Yuda ice divine ice was use time. There's a cold moon stone in this region. Since I'm here, I'll look for it. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered. He left the area and headed for the central region according to the map. He cultivated as he traveled. He didn't encounter any more danger. Half a day later, Lu Ming arrived at a snowy mountain range. This mountain range was huge. It stretched between heaven and earth. If he wanted to pass through, he had to cross this mountain range. Roar! Roar! From afar, he could hear a terrifying roar coming from the mountain range. Clearly, there were terrifying desolate beasts living in the mountain range. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. He revealed his identity and rushed in. Roar! Not long after he entered the mountain range, a huge creature pounced at Lu Ming. It was a huge lizard. It was dozens of meters tall. Its body was snow white and emitted an icy aura. Its body was covered in a layer of ice armor. It looked like its defense was amazing. Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The long spear pierced the lizard's ice armor, causing ice to shatter. It made a piercing sound. Break! Lu Ming shouted. His divine power burst forth. The long spear exploded with a terrifying penetrating power. It pierced through the ice armor and killed the lizard. This desolate beast is very strong. Lu Ming thought. The ice-armored lizard's cultivation was only equivalent to a level 1 true god. However, it was stronger than many level 2 true gods. It was harder to kill. In the ancestral land of the Ice Soul race, cold air was everywhere. The desolate beasts that lived here were generally stronger. After killing the lizard, Lu Ming continued to go deeper into the mountain range. Next, different desolate beasts attacked Lu Ming continuously. Fortunately, they weren't particularly strong. There weren't any existences as strong as the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Soon, Lu Ming had passed through more than half of the mountain range. CSI, a few giant ice-armored pythons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. These giant ice-armored pythons were shockingly powerful. Each of them was not weaker than an ordinary 5th-level true god. Coupled with their shocking defense, they were very difficult to kill. Lu Ming spent a lot of effort to kill them. The skin and bones of these ice-armored pythons are good refining materials. They can be used to refine middle-grade divine armors and whips. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he started to peel off the skin and bones of the ice-armored pythons. The soft armors and whips refined from these materials were most suitable for experts who cultivated ice attribute divine power. They could be sold for a good price. There's danger. Lu Ming, who was skinning the pythons, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He moved 100 meters to the side. Pang! Pang! A few rays of black light bombarded the place where Lu Ming had been standing. One of the rays even slashed the giant ice armor python, splitting it into two. Such power! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew the defense of the ice-armored python. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to break it so easily. Shwa! Shwa! In a flash, a dozen figures appeared not far away. Lu Shangkai from the Mystic Academy. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were from the Mystic Academy. Originally, there were 18 people from the Hybrid Demon Academy. But now, it seemed that there were only 16. It seemed that 2 of them had already died. The one leading them was Lu Shangkai. Lu Ming, you're the only one left from the Kongxian school. Lu Shangkai glanced around. So what if I'm the only one left? Lu Ming said lightly. It's nothing. I can only say that you're unlucky to meet us here. Bing Qing stopped us on the Ice Soul planet. Now, no one can help you. Lu Shangkai said coldly. He didn't bother to hide his strong murderous intent. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. A strong battle intent radiated from him. I'll be the main attacker. You guys support me from the back. Kill him as soon as possible. Lu Shangkai sent a message to the other members of the Mystic Academy. Lu Ming's strength was too strong. Other than him, no one else was reliable. They could easily be killed by Lu Ming. He had to go first while the others attacked from the back to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 2737. Swoosh. After the transmission, Lu Shangkai rushed out. At the same time, the black runes on his face glowed and shot out several rays of black light. These rays of black light were the ones that attacked Lu Ming previously. They were extremely powerful and Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Boom! With surging battle intent, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to double his combat strength. The 5 divine flames in his dantian burned fiercely and all of his divine force erupted in an instant. In an instant, Lu Ming stabbed out more than a dozen times. More than a dozen spear shadows pierced out and clashed with Lu Shangkai's rays of black light. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out and the ice on the ground exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt an extremely powerful force rushing towards him, forcing him to retreat. Wang! Wang! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously and he felt his hand go numb. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. Lu Shangkai's strength was truly shocking. With his cultivation in the 5th level of the True God Realm and the control of Saint-grade divine force, his strength was far from what An Hai and the others could compare to. Kill! At the same time, the other people from the Mystic Academy also attacked. For example, Hu Ye and the others were filled with killing intent as they launched terrifying attacks. Lu Ming activated the 9-layered golden armor and a golden armor covered his entire body. At the same time, Lu Ming retreated rapidly to avoid the attacks. Trying to dodge. Stay here. Lu Shangkai said coldly as he charged towards Lu Ming. The black runes on his face glowed again and shot out rays of black light. These rays of black light were sharper than divine blades and their speed was shocking. Again. Lu Ming bellowed. His fighting spirit suddenly became stronger. He had successfully triggered 3 times his combat ability. Next, Lu Ming used the 3 strokes of annihilation. The spear light burst out, and once again collided with Lu Shangkai's black light. This time, Lu Ming successfully broke through Lu Shangkai's attack. At the same time, he blocked the attacks of the others. You do have some strength. Lu Shangkai's cold voice resounded, but the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more they had to get rid of him. Kill! Lu Shangkai let out a long roar, and his aura became even more terrifying. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of black divine power, making him look like a demonic god. The runes on his face glowed even brighter. Then, a large seal condensed in his hand and slammed down on Lu Ming. Boom! The seal was as huge as a mountain, and its aura was terrifying. Before it even landed, the ice on the ground was shattered. The huge seal directly enveloped Lu Ming within. Lu Ming had seen Lu Shangkai use this move against the frigid jade ice phoenix before. One had to know that Lu Shangkai didn't have the ability to control the frost element divine energy. During the battle with the frigid jade ice phoenix, he had to defend himself against the frigid jade ice phoenix's frost element divine energy. Even so, he was still able to contend against the frigid jade ice phoenix. Third strike of annihilation, sky-piercing. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all his might. A dazzling spear radiance shot up into the sky and collided with the black seal. A loud boom was heard. Then, a figure fell to the ground and smashed heavily on the ground. It was Lu Ming. Lu Shangkai's strength was indeed shocking. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength, he was still no match for him. Good chance, kill. Huya roared and attacked together with the other members of the Mystic Academy. They attacked Lu Ming one after another. Boom! The ground exploded, and a figure soared into the sky like a rock. Although Lu Ming was no match for Lu Shangkai, his injuries weren't too serious. He used the Nine Heavens rock art and soared into the sky, avoiding Huya and the others' attacks. Want to leave? Stay. Lu Shangkai was like a ray of black demonic light as he soared into the sky and attacked Lu Ming. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't want to continue fighting. He used the Nine Heavens rock art and turned to leave. With his current strength, he was still weaker than Lu Shangkai. With the support of the other members of the Mystic Academy, he was definitely no match for Lu Shangkai. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger. The third level of the Nine Heavens rock art was shockingly fast. Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a phantom as he fled. Humph, you want to escape from me? Dream on. Wings of the Devil. Lu Shangkai coldly shouted. The runes on his face shone even brighter and then spread to the rest of his body. Soon, the rest of his body was covered by the runes. Then, a pair of wings suddenly stretched out from his back. A pair of demonic wings. This was the innate secret technique of the Lu Shangkai family. Whoosh! After extending the wings of the devil, Lu Shangkai's speed suddenly increased as he charged towards Lu Ming. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. It wasn't that his innate secret technique was stronger than the Nine Heavens rock art. It was just that Lu Shangkai's cultivation level was higher. When he used it, his speed was naturally faster. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His divine power surged as he flew forward with all his might. The two of them were extremely fast. Along the way, some desolate beasts noticed them. They didn't even have time to attack before the two of them flashed past. Quick, follow them. The other members of the Mystic Academy also rushed in the direction that Lu Ming and Lu Shangkai had flown. Lu Ming and Lu Shangkai had flown tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. You won't be able to escape. If I don't kill you today, my name isn't Lu Shangkai. Lu Shangkai said coldly. He waved his hands and a few black beams of light slashed towards Lu Ming. They directly bombarded Lu Ming's 9-layered crimson gold armor, almost shattering Lu Ming's armor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Shangkai continuously attacked, while Lu Ming blocked with his spear. In the blink of an eye, another few thousand miles had passed. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. A huge canyon appeared in front of him. Within the canyon, there was an extremely terrifying cold air. This cold air even made people feel a sense of danger. Lu Ming didn't even turn his head as he rushed into the canyon. Splash! After Lu Ming rushed into the canyon, he realized that this wasn't an ordinary canyon. There was actually water below the canyon. Yes, there was actually water in such a cold place. It looked like a long and narrow lake. Above the lake, there was constantly a white mist that spread out, severely obstructing one's vision in the canyon. Chi-chi, what was even more shocking was that the white mist that spread out from the lake emitted a chi-chi sound when it came into contact with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was currently circulating his 9-layered crimson gold armor. However, at this moment, a layer of frost had appeared on the surface of the 9-layered crimson gold armor. The 9-layered crimson gold armor had been severely damaged. A terrifying cold air was spreading towards Lu Ming's body. What a terrifying cold air! Lu Ming was shocked. The cold air that spread out from the lake was actually so cold that even the 9-layered crimson gold armor was about to be frozen. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his supreme frost divine force to counteract the cold air outside. However, Lu Shankai didn't have supreme frost divine force. He circulated his divine force to resist, but the surface of his body was still covered with a layer of frost. It was bone-chilling. Chapter 2738. Lu Shankai couldn't help but slow down. He even retracted his demon wings as they were covered with a layer of frost. This is a good place. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he retracted his extreme cold divine power. Immediately, Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of frost. He looked like a snowman as he continued to fly deeper into the canyon. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, Lu Shankai thought that Lu Ming couldn't hold on any longer. The cold chi here is terrifying. I don't think an 8th level empty god realm like you can withstand it. This will be your burial ground. The killing intent in Lu Shankai's eyes grew colder as he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon, they reached the depths of the canyon. The cold chi here was even more terrifying. What's under the water? Why is there such terrifying cold chi here? Lu Ming pondered and was curious. At the same time, he slowed down. Die, brat! Lu Shankai shouted coldly as he launched an attack on Lu Ming. However, he had to resist the cold chi while launching an attack. Naturally, the power of his attack was weaker than the outside. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming suddenly turned around. His eyes were as cold as a knife as he circulated his extreme cold divine power to block the cold chi outside. Then, his divine power erupted as he attacked Lu Shankai. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, a figure retreated. It was Lu Shankai. How could you use your full strength? Lu Shankai shouted in shock. The cold chi here was too terrifying. If one circulated his divine power to block it, his body would be frozen. Once he circulated his divine power to block it, his combat strength would be weakened. However, Lu Ming's attack wasn't weak at all. No, you've mastered the extreme cold divine power. How is it possible? You didn't use the extreme cold divine power just now. Thinking of this, Lu Shankai shouted in shock. It was unbelievable. One person could control several divine powers at the same time. Kill! Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and attacked Lu Shankai again. The spear light was like a rainbow, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Shankai let out a roar as runes appeared all over his body, increasing his strength by a few notches. He condensed a pitch-black cauldron and blasted it towards Lu Ming. But unfortunately, he still had to divert a portion of his divine power to resist the cold air outside, so it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest might. In the collision with Lu Ming, he was at a disadvantage. Boom! The pitch-black seal shattered, and Lu Shankai was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. Kill! Lu Ming seized the opportunity and crazily attacked Lu Shankai. Crash! The energy surged, and the lake water surged, creating thousands of waves. Some of the lake water fell on Lu Ming's body. Immediately, a bone-piercing chill spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming couldn't help but shudder. One had to know that Lu Ming was circulating the supreme frost divine power at this moment, but he still felt the chill. The temperature of the lake water was shockingly low. If Lu Ming was already like this, Lu Shangkai was naturally worse. When he was splashed by the lake water, his body turned into a block of ice. Even his divine power was about to be frozen. Ah! Lu Shangkai roared and burned his divine power. His divine power burned like flames, melting the ice and removing the chill. However, Lu Ming's attack arrived. A spear light pierced towards Lu Shankai's vitals. He roared and avoided the attack, but his chest was still pierced by the spear light, and his body flew far away. Lu Ming, remember this, Lu Shangkai roared, stretched out his demon wings, and turned to run. He knew that he couldn't kill Lu Ming today. If he continued to stay, he might really die here. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming chased after him. However, Lu Shangkai was burning his divine power, and his speed was shocking. Lu Ming couldn't catch up to him for a while. Soon, Lu Shangkai rushed out of the valley. After rushing out of the valley, Lu Shangkai spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak, and he was severely injured. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of light and flew away. It's a pity that this guy got away. Lu Ming didn't chase after him, and he sighed inwardly. Lu Shangkai flew all the way, and soon, he ran into other people from the Mystic Academy. The other people from the Mystic Academy were shocked when they saw Lu Shangkai injured. Senior brother Lu, what happened to you? Where is Lu Ming? Lu Ming, that brat, was he killed by senior brother Lu? The disciples of the Mystic Academy spoke one after another. Lu Shangkai's face turned gloomy, and he said, Lu Ming isn't dead yet. That brat is very cunning. He hid in a dangerous place, and I accidentally fell into his trap. Now, I need to find a place to heal. The others were shocked. So Lu Ming was still alive, and he seemed to have tricked Lu Shangkai and injured him. Immediately, they found a secluded place to stay. Lu Shangkai did not reveal the fact that Lu Ming had mastered a few types of divine powers. He had selfish motives. He wanted to kill Lu Ming secretly and seize that cultivation technique. He can control several types of divine power at the same time. What kind of divine art is this? I must get it. Lu Shangkai's eyes shone with a cold light. He swallowed a divine pill and started to heal. Lu Ming didn't leave the valley. The cold air in the valley made Lu Ming curious. Lu Ming decided to explore. Lu Ming went deeper into the valley. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. If he didn't cultivate the cold attribute divine power, it would be difficult to resist. However, Lu Ming had the cold divine power, so he could resist it. Soon, he reached the end of the valley, which was separated by an ice wall. The cold air was the thickest here, and it was constantly being emitted from the lake. There must be something under the water. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then, he activated the cold divine power and covered it with all his strength, and plunged into the lake. Once he entered the lake, Lu Ming shivered again. The temperature in the lake was shockingly low. However, Lu Ming still resisted it and slowly dived down. The lake wasn't very deep, only about 100 meters. Soon, Lu Ming reached the bottom of the lake. As soon as Lu Ming reached the bottom of the lake, he found something strange. At the bottom of the lake, there was a ball of snow-white liquid. It was the size of a fist and was floating in the lake, emitting a shocking coldness. Lu Ming concluded that the source of the coldness here was this ball of liquid. What kind of liquid is this? It's actually filled with such shocking coldness. Lu Ming looked at it carefully, but he couldn't recognize it at all. This is most likely a treasure. I can't miss it. Lu Ming approached it slowly. There was nothing strange. Then, Lu Ming took out a storage ring. A suction force appeared and enveloped the ball of liquid. The ball of liquid was successfully stored in the storage ring. Once the liquid was stored, the temperature here quickly rose. The coldness was greatly reduced, and it wasn't that cold anymore. That liquid was indeed the source of the coldness here. Let's take it back and study it. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring in his hand and was about to take it back to study it slowly. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was shocked by a scene. Chapter 2739. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring and was about to put it away when a terrifying chill suddenly gushed out from the storage ring, almost freezing Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming quickly let go of the storage ring, only to see that there was already a layer of frost on the storage ring. Crack. Following that, a crack appeared on the surface of the storage ring. After the first crack appeared, a second crack appeared immediately. Then, more and more cracks appeared. In the end, the cracks were densely packed like a spider web. Bang! A moment later, the storage ring shattered into pieces like a piece of ice, and the ball of liquid reappeared in the lake, emitting a shocking chill. Lu Ming was tongue-tied when the storage ring was frozen and shattered. Fortunately, there was nothing else in the storage ring. Lu Ming was afraid that the other things would be frozen by the liquid, so he took an empty storage ring to store the liquid. He never expected that even the storage ring could not store it. Kid, this kind of treasure usually needs to be stored in a corresponding tool or sealed before it can be taken away. You can't just take it away with the storage ring. The voice of the quantifying formula sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Old quantifying formula, do you know any sealing techniques? Teach me one or two. Lu Ming said. I don't know. The quantifying formula replied, making Lu Ming roll his eyes. Can't I take this treasure away? Lu Ming was a little speechless, and he felt very uncomfortable. The ball of liquid was definitely a rare treasure. It would be strange if he did not feel uncomfortable when he encountered a treasure but could not take it away. That's not necessarily true. Don't you cultivate the ice attribute secret technique? Just refine the liquid and make it a part of your secret technique. Not only can you take it away, but it can also transform your secret technique and make it powerful. The quantifying formula said. That's right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He came here to look for the cold moon stone to cultivate the ice chains, but other than the cold moon stone, other ice attribute treasures might be able to replace it. If he cultivated with this ball of liquid, he might be able to increase the power of the ice chains. Then let's begin. Lu Ming looked expectant. He immediately activated the ice chain's secret technique, and 9 ice chains extended from his body. Brat, wait a moment. Rather than cultivating 9 chains, why don't you cultivate one? Focus on cultivating 1 ice chain with this ball of liquid. Only then will you be able to truly unleash the power of this ball of liquid. If you cultivate 9 chains and spread them out, they won't be as powerful. The quantifying formula reminded him again. That makes sense. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the other 8 ice chains were put away, leaving only 1 ice chain to wrap around the ball of liquid. As soon as it was wrapped around the liquid, the ice chains began to make cracking sounds, as if they were about to be frozen. The ice shackles were originally extremely cold and lean, but now they were about to be frozen. From this, it could be seen that this ball of liquid was extremely cold. Furthermore, waves of shocking coldness flowed through the ice shackles and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming quickly circulated his sovereign's god force and extreme frost god force to resist the coldness. Then, according to the ice chain's secret technique, he began to absorb and refine the ball of liquid. This was a difficult process, and the speed was very slow. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. Lu Ming's refinement took 2 months. During this time, Lu Shangkai led the Mystic Academy's people to block Lu Ming at the valley's entrance. However, more than a month had passed, and Lu Ming still hadn't come out. Lu Shangkai thought that Lu Ming had left long ago, so he left as well. After 2 months of refining, the ball of liquid was finally completely refined by Lu Ming. It was completely integrated into the ice chain's secret technique. The ice chain's secret technique seemed to have solidified, and a bone-piercing coldness emanated from them. Good, good. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. The ice chain's secret technique was extremely powerful, and it could definitely become Lu Ming's trump card. Once he used it, he could catch his opponent off guard and seal them in ice. Lu Ming put away the ice chain's secret technique with satisfaction. The ice chain's secret technique retracted into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Since it had been refined, it naturally didn't affect Lu Ming in the slightest. It's already been 2 months, I have to hurry to the central region. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before leaving the valley and heading towards the central region. Along the way, Lu Ming also searched for the Cold Moon Stone. Unfortunately, he didn't find any traces of the Cold Moon Stone. Just like that, after half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at his destination. There was an incomparably huge iceberg in the central region. This iceberg pierced through the clouds, and it was several 100,000 meters tall. This was the destination of their trip. The ice jade chilling heart that the Ice Soul tribe was looking for was on this iceberg. However, this iceberg wasn't easy to ascend. There was a terrifying seal here that prevented flight. One could only climb up the mountain. However, there were many powerful desolate beasts guarding the mountain. The Ice Soul tribe's 9th prince, Bing Qing, and many others from the Ice Soul tribe had arrived. In addition, Lu Shankai and the others had also arrived. They didn't ascend the mountain immediately. Instead, they waited for everyone to arrive and gather their strongest forces before ascending the mountain together. More people are coming. Suddenly, someone looked in a direction. 9 figures flew over from the other side. These 9 people were the Kongxian school's disciples, and Hai, and the others. After a few months of trekking, they had finally arrived at this place. They are the Kongxian school's disciples. When Lu Shankai saw the Kongxian school's disciples, his eyes were filled with a cold light. His body moved, and he charged towards An Hai and the others. His powerful aura was like a mountain, pressing down on An Hai and the others. Boom! An Hai and the others' bodies shook violently as they retreated. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Shankai, what are you doing? An Hai was furious. What am I doing? Lu Shankai sneered. His cold-killing intent spread out, causing the surroundings to become even colder. Whoosh! 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 The other disciples of the Mystic Academy flashed and surrounded An Hai and the others. An Hai and the others' faces turned pale. Where is Lu Ming? Lu Shankai asked coldly. I don't know. We were separated from him a long time ago. The long-faced young man replied. Separated? Well, since that kid isn't here, I'll take your lives. Lu Shankai said savagely. The black lines on his face glowed as he was about to kill An Hai and the others. An Hai and the others' faces changed drastically. The 9 of them gathered together and set up layers of defense. Brother Lu, wait a minute. At this moment, Bing Qing spoke and walked over. 9th Prince, are you going to stop me? Lu Shankai looked at Bing Qing. This time, the Ice Soul tribe invited you here to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. Now that we haven't gotten the Ice Jade Heart, I have to ensure that we gather the strongest forces. If you have any grudges, settle them after we get the Ice Jade Heart. At that time, I won't stop you. Bing Qing said. His meaning was clear. Now, he needed everyone's strength to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. Once they got the Ice Jade Heart, they could fight however they wanted. Chapter 2740. Lu Shankai's expression changed, then he smiled coldly and said, since the 9th young lord has spoken, I'll give you face. However, the Kongxian school has offended me, and I can't let them off so easily. Then, he looked at An Hai and the others and said condescendingly, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your lives. What? You want us to kneel down and kowtow to you? Don't even think about it. An Hai roared. Kneeling down and kowtowing to Lu Shankai in front of so many people was an insult. Moreover, if this matter were to spread to the Kongxian school, they wouldn't be able to stay in the school anymore. It wasn't just their personal humiliation, but also the Kangxian school's. That's right, Lu Shankai. Every debt has its debtor. Lu Ming has offended you, so you should be looking for Lu Ming, not us. The long-faced young man also shouted. Lu Ming is from the Kangxian school. He has offended me, so all of you are guilty. Do you understand? Now, kneel down. Lu Shankai shouted coldly, and the aura on his body became more violent. It pressed down on Anhai and the others like a mountain. A few of the weaker cultivators were immediately unable to withstand it. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. Only Anhai and the long-faced young man were still struggling to hold on. You still want to resist? Get down. Lu Shankai let out a cold roar and stretched out his hand. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Anhai and the long-faced young man. The two of them roared and unleashed their full power to block. However, they were no match for the palm. Their bodies trembled violently and they fell to the ground like meteors. Boom! Lu Shankai looked down from above, and his aura became more violent, pressing down on Anhai and the others. Kneel down. Lu Shankai stepped forward step by step, and the violent pressure continued to press down on Anhai and the others. Plop! Finally, some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand it and knelt down with a plop. Kneel down. The other masters of the Mystic Academy joined in as well, releasing their pressuring auras. With so many masters exerting pressure together, the pressure was even more astonishing. The disciples of Kangxian school found it even more difficult to bear. One by one, they knelt down. In the end, only Anhai and the long-faced young man had not knelt down. They were bitterly holding on. Still not kneeling. You're courting death. Lu Shankai shouted coldly and pressed down with another palm. A huge palm formed, wanting to force Anhai and the others to kneel on the ground. Lu Shankai, you're so impressive. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from afar. Before the voice had even finished, a spear ray had already flown over and pierced through the spear ray that Lu Shankai had condensed. Lu Ming. Lu Shankai stared coldly into the distance. Over there, a figure was flying over. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? After traveling for more than half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at this place, just in time to see the scene of Lu Shankai oppressing Anhai and the others. Boss! Seeing Lu Ming, Anhai was overjoyed. Lu Ming flew over and stopped not far away. Kid, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you wouldn't dare to show yourself. Lu Shankai said coldly. Why wouldn't I dare to show myself to a loser? Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. On the side, Bing Qing and the others were shocked. Loser? Could it be that Lu Ming had already fought with Lu Shankai before and Lu Shankai was defeated? Lu Ming was so strong. Nonsense, you're just taking advantage of the environment. Now, let's see how you're going to fight against me. Lu Shankai shouted, his killing intent becoming even more intense. You too, if there's anything, let's settle it later. Bing Qing stood out and spoke. Ninth young master, don't worry, I won't kill him now. I just want him to kneel down and kowtow to me. Lu Shankai said coldly. I have the same intention. Looking at Lu Shankai, a trace of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Seeing that the two were at daggers drawn, Bing Qing helplessly shook her head and retreated to the side. Lu Ming, kneel down and kowtow to me. Lu Shankai roared, the runes on his face glowing and quickly covering his entire body. Shoo shoo shoo. A few rays of black light burst forth and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fight! Lu Ming's body burst out with an astonishing battle intent. He had been silently activating the battle formula before, and now he had succeeded in activating the battle formula to double his battle strength. Buzz! The long spear vibrated, causing the air to explode. Several rays of spear light pierced through the air and charged forward. After a series of explosions, the spear light and Lu Shankai's light collapsed, and Lu Ming's figure floated back. So powerful, although Lu Ming retreated, the others were still shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming could actually block Lu Shankai's attack. In their eyes, it was simply unbelievable. Kill! Lu Shankai roared, exerting his strength to the extreme. He pushed his hands forward, and a large black seal condensed, pressing down on Lu Ming. The large seal stirred up waves in the sky, and its power was astonishing. 9 Heavens Garuda Technique. Lu Ming displayed the 9 Heavens Garuda technique, and like a Garuda, he soared into the sky and dodged Lu Shankai's attack in a flash. You want to leave? Stay. A pair of devil wings extended from Lu Shankai's back. As he flapped, his speed was equally astonishing. He chased after Lu Ming and launched a fierce attack at the same time. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and displayed the 3 strikes of extinction. Boom! A mushroom cloud seemed to erupt in the sky, and then Lu Ming's figure floated back. Lu Ming was indeed no match for Lu Shankai in a head-on confrontation, mainly because the difference in cultivation was too great. Lu Ming, if you don't kneel today, then die. Lu Shankai's cold voice rang out, and he continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! 2 figures flickered in the sky, constantly colliding with each other. Their speed was extremely fast, and some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even see the trajectory of their figures. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone whispered. After continuous collisions, Lu Ming's breath was a little unstable, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Kneel. Lu Shankai looked down from above, holding a large seal in his hand, and smashed it down on Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming kneel on the ground. Now! Lu Ming's eyes flickered, staring at Lu Shankai's figure. He then displayed the sky-piercing, and rushed towards Lu Shankai as one. Boom! This collision shook Lu Ming's body, and he vomited blood. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lu Shankai revealed a ferocious expression. He flapped his demon wings and rushed towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming, but he found that Lu Ming's face was very calm, and there was even a trace of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Lu Shankai's heart beat wildly, and he had a bad premonition. Ice shackles. At this time, Lu Ming spoke indifferently, and a chain suddenly flew out from his body. It was the secret technique, ice shackles. As soon as the ice shackles came out, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Chapter 2741. The ice shackles was a secret technique condensed from divine energy. It could be long or short. Lu Ming suddenly used it. The ice shackles became a few thousand meters long like a snake and shrouded Lu Shankai. Then, the ice shackles shrunk, trying to bind Lu Shankai. Lu Shankai's face changed drastically. He felt a bone-piercing coldness shrouding him, trying to freeze him into a popsicle. Break it! Lu Shankai roared. Divine energy burst out from his body and the runes on his body shone brightly. Rays of black light that were sharper than a divine blade slashed at the ice shackles. Clang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere, but the ice shackles remained intact. The ice shackles wouldn't have been able to block Lu Shankai's attack before he refined the ice shackles. But now, Lu Shankai couldn't break the ice shackles at all. Whoosh! The ice shackles shook and shrunk rapidly, wrapping around Lu Shankai. Break! 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 Lu Shankai roared crazily and continued to attack. He even formed a seal to attack, but it was useless. The terrifying cold air continued to invade Lu Shankai's body. He felt as if the blood in his body was being frozen. In the next moment, the ice shackles wrapped around Lu Shankai's body, freezing him into a popsicle. Although Lu Shankai had been using his divine energy to resist, he wouldn't be able to last long. Lu Shankai was actually defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to happen. especially the disciples of the Mystic Academy. Their faces were pale. They knew how strong Lu Shankai was. But now, even Lu Shankai couldn't defeat Lu Ming. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow if they went up. What a terrifying coldness. Bing Qing and the other sky prides of the Ice Spirit clan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Then, they looked at the ice shackles. The reason for that was because the chilliness emitted by the ice shackles caused even them to feel apprehensive, and their hearts to palpitate. They were experts in ice. It was rare to see a coldness that could make them shudder. Now, it's time for you to kneel. Lu Ming walked towards Lu Shankai step by step. With a thought, the ice shackles danced and smashed onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook and Lu Shankai fell into it. Lu Shankai spat out blood. His body was still bound by the ice shackles. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. His entire body was frozen stiff. Next, Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles to lift Lu Shankai up and smash him down again. This time, Lu Ming controlled it very well. He directly made Lu Shankai kneel on the ground. Lu Shankai. Lu Ming. He had actually knelt in front of Lu Ming in front of everyone. Lu Shankai was a genius who could control holy divine power. He was one of the top geniuses in the Mystic Academy. Once he entered the heavenly god realm, he would become the holy son of the Mystic Academy. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the position of the dean of the Mystic Academy. But now, he had actually knelt in front of Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was not only a matter of pride for him. It was also a matter of pride for the Mystic Academy. If news of this spread to the Mystic Academy, he would definitely lose the right to become the Holy Son. How could a person who knelt in front of a disciple of the Kongxian school be qualified to become the Holy Son? Wouldn't that be a huge loss of face for the Hybrid Devil Academy? Therefore, kneeling was equivalent to ruining Lu Shankai's future. Therefore, Lu Shankai was filled with hatred. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. If you want others to kneel, you should be prepared to kneel. Today, I will spare your life for the sake of the 9th young lord. Lu Ming said coldly as he put away the ice shackles. Now that Lu Ming had refined the ice shackles, its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming was no longer afraid of Lu Shankai. Now, it was more important to reach the peak. Lu Ming guessed that there might be a cold moon stone on the peak of the mountain. After he obtained the cold moon stone, he would definitely kill Lu Shankai if he had the chance to do so in order to prevent future trouble. After Lu Ming put away the ice shackles, Lu Shankai's body was still frozen. He continued to circulate his holy divine power until his body recovered after a while. His heart was filled with endless killing intent, but he suppressed it. He suppressed it and returned to the Mystic Academy with a gloomy face. Everyone continued to wait. A few days later, more people arrived. This time, most of the elites from the various sects had arrived. Of course, there were fewer people, most probably dead. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set off. The ice jade chilling heart is at the peak of that mountain, said Bing Qing, looking at the ice mountain in the distance that was as tall as the sky. There are many desolate beasts on that ice peak. The most shocking thing is that there are a few terrifying ice dragons at the bottom of the ice peak. These ice dragons are all in the heavenly god realm. Bing Qing said. What? Heavenly god realm ice dragons? Are you kidding? How can we break through a heavenly god realm ice dragon? We are courting death. That's right. A heavenly god realm ice dragon can freeze us into popsicles with one breath. 9th young lord, are you mistaken? Many people shouted when they heard Bing Qing's words. That's right. A heavenly god realm ice dragon is not something we can handle. Of course, we don't need to. My ice soul tribe already has a plan. Bing Qing smiled. Everyone calmed down. Although the ice dragon is strong, my ice soul tribe has prepared a type of chilling heart grass. We have injected a deadly poison into the chilling heart grass. The ice dragon loves to eat the chilling heart grass. Once they discover it, they will definitely swallow it. That way, they will be poisoned. This deadly poison is enough to make a heavenly god realm ice dragon unconscious for half a month. Half a month is enough for us to reach the peak of the mountain and get the ice jade chilling heart. Bing Qing explained. That's great. Everyone nodded. Immediately, everyone concealed their aura and approached the ice peak carefully. When they were a few hundred miles away from the ice peak, they saw a few ice dragons lying at the foot of the ice peak. Each ice dragon was 10,000 meters long and they were lying at the foot of the ice peak like a few mountain ranges. Wait for me here. Bing Qing reminded him. Then, her figure flashed and she went forward. After moving forward for a while, Bing Qing took out a jade box from her storage ring. The surface of the jade box was covered with strange runes. Bing Qing removed the runes carefully and opened the jade box. She took out a few stalks of chilling heart grass and placed them on the ground. Bing Qing ran back to Lu Ming and the others quickly. As soon as the chilling heart grass appeared, it emitted a strong fragrance that spread a few thousand miles away. The few ice dragons immediately smelled the fragrance of the chilling heart grass. Their noses twitched and they opened their eyes. Chapter 2742. A dragon's roar was heard, shaking the 9 heavens. The entire ice mountain shook and a vast dragon's aura filled the air. It was terrifying. Lu Ming and the others retracted their auras and did not dare to move. A heavenly god was too powerful. They were not someone they could fight against. They could kill them all in one move. Dong! 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 The ice dragon stood up and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A few of the ice dragons stared at the chilling heart grass. They twisted their bodies and came near the chilling heart grass. However, their eyes flashed with doubt. They were puzzled as to why the chilling heart grass would appear here. Although the ice dragons were puzzled, they could not resist the temptation of the chilling heart grass. They opened their mouths and swallowed the chilling heart grass. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. It's done. Bing Qing was overjoyed. She stared at the ice dragons. After the ice dragons finished eating the chilling heart grass, they turned around and walked back. However, as they walked, their bodies began to stagger as if they were drunk. In the end, with a few thuds, they fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. It's done. The ice dragons are unconscious. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone, let's go. These ice dragons will not wake up in half a month. Bing Qing smiled and rushed towards the ice mountain. The others followed her. As expected, when they got close to the ice dragons, they did not react at all. They were still sleeping. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword radiance shot out. A young man stabbed his sword at the neck of one of the ice dragons. However, when the combat sword hit the ice dragon's neck, there was a crisp sound of collision. Sparks flew, but the ice dragon was unharmed. What are you doing? Do you want to die? If you wake up the ice dragon, we will all die. Bing Qing shouted. She looked terrible as she stared at one of the young men. That young man was a genius from the Mystic Academy. His eyes shone with greed. Obviously, he wanted to kill the ice dragon and obtain its corpse. This ice dragon was a heavenly god realm existence. Everything on its body was a treasure. If he brought it out, it would be priceless. Unfortunately, the heavenly god realm ice dragon's defense was too strong. Even if it lay there motionless, he would not be able to break through its defense. After being scolded by Bing Qing, the young man's expression changed drastically. Don't act rashly. A heavenly god realm ice dragon is not something we can kill. Lu Shangkai also spoke. Actually, many people had the same thought earlier. They wanted to kill the ice dragon. However, none of them dared to do so now. The ice dragon's defense was too strong. If they couldn't kill it in one move, they could only injure it and awaken it. Otherwise, they would all die. If anyone dares to do such a foolish thing again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bing Qing warned and continued to move forward. Soon, they passed by a few ice dragons and arrived at the foot of the ice mountain. When they arrived here, they felt that the world was filled with a powerful pressure that pressed down on them. Go! Bing Qing took the lead and rushed towards the top of the ice mountain. Roar! Roar! They had only rushed out a few thousand meters when there were roars coming from the top of the ice mountain. The rocks that looked like ice stones suddenly wriggled and turned into desolate beasts. It turned out that many of the ice stones were actually desolate beasts. When they came up, they immediately alerted the desolate beasts. These desolate beasts included ice-armored lizards, ice-armored pythons, ice-armored giant bulls and others. All of them were covered in ice armor and they roared as they charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. Kill! Bing Qing took the lead and charged forward. Sword radiance burst out and in an instant, 3 desolate beasts were split in half. Swoosh! Lu Ming stabbed with his spear and pierced through an ice-armored giant bull, killing it on the spot. These desolate beasts weren't too strong. Most of them were peak empty god realm. Some of them were level 1 and 2 true god realm, so it wasn't too difficult to kill them. They gathered together and formed a cone shape. They quickly pushed forward and rushed towards the top of the ice mountain. However, as they continued to go up, the desolate beasts that appeared became stronger and harder to kill. Gradually, there were no more empty god realm desolate beasts. Those that appeared were mostly true god realm desolate beasts. Their speed became slower and slower. Bing Qing was still brave and invincible. Every move she made could kill a desolate beast. In addition, Lu Shangkai was also very strong. With a wave of his hand, rays of black light burst out and killed a level 3 true god desolate beast. Lu Ming shook his long spear and pulled it out, splitting a 3rd level true god ice-armored giant python into 2 halves. With the 3 experts leading the way and the rest cooperating, although their speed had slowed down, they were still moving forward slowly and nearing the top of the mountain. If they continued, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the top of the mountain. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. In a place further away, there were roars of beasts. Then, the mountain rumbled and large groups of desolate beasts charged towards them. There were desolate beasts from both left and right. In front of these desolate beasts, there were a few figures flashing rapidly. Those few figures weren't desolate beasts. They were from the Ice Soul race. Yes, they looked very similar to the Ice Soul race. They had snow-white hair and snow-white eyes. The only difference was that their skin was slightly darker. Dark Ice race. Damn it. It's the Dark Ice race. How did they enter the Ancestors' land? Immediately, a few supreme talents from the Ice Soul race shouted angrily. Dark Ice race? What's the Dark Ice race? Someone asked. The supreme talents from the Ice Soul race looked gloomy. Let me explain. A long time ago, the Dark Ice race was a member of the Ice Soul race. However, the Dark Ice race was betrayed by the Ice Soul race and started a civil war. That war was extremely tragic. In the end, the Ice Soul race's ancestors' land was destroyed and our strength was greatly reduced. In the end, the Dark Ice race was defeated and the remaining people went into hiding. All these years, they have been secretly opposing the Ice Soul race. Bing Qing explained quickly and simply. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood many things. He had heard that the Ice Soul race used to be very powerful. However, after a great war, their ancestors' land was destroyed and their strength was greatly reduced. As a result, they were no match for the Flaming race. A long time ago, the Ice Soul race was more powerful than the Flaming race. They were the real number 1 force in the Qin Tian Star Zone. It turned out that there was a civil war. In the past, the Dark Ice race couldn't enter the Ancestors' land without the Ancestors' token. This time, the Dark Ice race was able to enter the Ancestors' land and lay in ambush. Bing Qing said through gritted teeth. Everyone understood what Bing Qing meant. Obviously, the Dark Ice race had entered the ancestors' land earlier than them. However, they probably had no way to deal with the ice dragon, so they hid in the dark and waited for them to kill the ice dragon. After that, they would appear and lure other desolate beasts to attack Lu Ming and the others. It's impossible for you to get the ice jade chilling heart. Go to hell. A young man from the Dark Ice race laughed coldly and rushed toward them. Chapter 27:43. The young men from the Dark Ice tribe looked ferocious. When they got close to Lu Ming's group, the wild beasts that had been attacking Lu Ming's group also attacked them. Together with the wild beasts chasing them, the young men from the Dark Ice tribe were drowned by the wild beasts in an instant and died in the crowd. However, the wild beasts they had attracted also noticed Lu Ming's group and joined the attack. Lu Ming's group was heavily surrounded. Apparently, the young men from the Dark Ice tribe were like men of sacrifice. They had sacrificed themselves to attract a large number of wild beasts to trap them. "Look!" shouted someone. He looked in one direction and saw many silhouettes dashing towards the top of the mountain. They were all from the Dark Ice clan. They wanted to reach the top of the mountain first. Apparently, their target was Bing Yu Chilling Heart. "Damn it!" Bing Qing shouted anxiously. "You guys block them. I'll go first," Bing Qing said. Then, he unleashed his full strength and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Dozens of wild beasts were killed in succession. Bing Qing rushed forward quickly. He wanted to stop the Dark Ice tribe alone. Bing Yu Chilling Heart was very important. It was related to the rise of the Ice Soul tribe. He could not let it fall into the hands of the Dark Ice tribe. Bing Qing's fighting strength was amazing. Soon, he opened a path and got out of the encirclement. At the same time, a figure from the Dark Ice tribe suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Bing Qing. When Bing Qing finally got out of the encirclement of the wild beasts, the young man from the Dark Ice tribe had arrived. "Your opponent is me," the young man from the Dark Ice tribe said coldly. He slashed his saber at Bing Qing. The saber light was cold and powerful. Bing Qing blocked it with his sword. The two of them fought fiercely. The young man from the Dark Ice tribe was obviously a peerless genius. He was evenly matched with Bing Qing. The other members of the Dark Ice tribe were quickly approaching the top of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he used the ice chain. Whoosh! A cold ice chain flew out and lashed at those wild beasts. Lu Ming was surprised to see that when he waved his cold ice chain, those wild beasts actually revealed a look of fear. They did not dare to resist and kept retreating. How could it be? Lu Ming was delighted. It was probably because of the cold liquid. How could Lu Ming let go of this opportunity? His figure flashed and he dashed out. With a few flashes, he dashed out of the encirclement of the desolate beasts. Bing Qing and Lu Ming dashed out consecutively. The pressure on the rest increased tremendously. They had to give up on attacking and turn to defense. Only then did they stabilize their footing. Lu Ming moved and dashed toward the peak of the mountain. Seeing Lu Ming rush out, Bing Qing was overjoyed. She shouted, "Lu Ming, you must stop them from getting the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. If you can get the Ice Jade Chilling Heart, you will be a friend of the Ice Soul clan." Lu Ming did not reply. He kept rushing toward the top of the mountain. His main goal was the Cold Moon Stone. Stopping the Dark Ice tribe was secondary. Seeing Lu Ming rushing toward them, the members of the Dark Ice tribe looked gloomy. "Kill him!" The genius of the Dark Ice tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing shouted. Immediately, two prodigies from the Dark Ice clan dashed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Very soon, they were near Lu Ming. Their cold sabers slashed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his long spear and attacked. Clang! Clang! There were two consecutive booming sounds and Lu Ming felt a gush of powerful energy surging toward him. His figure retreated slightly. These two are so strong. Lu Ming was surprised. Even if they were not as strong as Lu Shankai, they were not far behind. Kill! The two geniuses of the Dark Ice tribe shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming violently. Ice chain! Lu Ming did not want to fight with them. He used the ice chain directly. Clang! Clang! The opponent's saber slashed at the ice chains, but it was blocked by the ice chains. In the next moment, the two youths of the Dark Ice tribe were shocked. They felt a strong chill coming from the ice chain. They had cultivated the extreme cold divine power and were naturally not afraid of the cold. However, this chill made them shudder. Furthermore, a layer of ice immediately condensed on their blades and rapidly spread towards their bodies. How is this possible? The two of them were shocked. They kept using their divine power to resist the chill. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice chain with all his strength and whipped it toward the two of them. The two of them tried their best to resist. Although they managed to block a few moves, their bodies were gradually frozen and their movements became slower. Kill! Lu Ming waved his long spear and stabbed it twice. The two geniuses of the Dark Ice tribe were frozen. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was too late. They were pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear and died on the spot. Lu Ming rushed toward the top of the mountain. Great! Bing Qing was overjoyed. The young man from the Dark Ice tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing looked terrible. The two young men from the Dark Ice tribe who had been killed by Lu Ming were two of the top geniuses of the Dark Ice tribe. It was a great loss for them to be killed by Lu Ming. It's too late. He can't stop them even if he goes now. The young man from the Dark Ice tribe shouted coldly. The geniuses of the Dark Ice tribe were about to reach the top of the mountain. Lu Ming sped up but was still a step behind. When he neared the top of the mountain, he saw a huge ice platform on the top of the mountain. The ice platform was glowing and a fist-sized rock was suspended in the air above the ice platform. The stone was snow white and looked like a beautiful jade. Ice jade chilling heart. Lu Ming's heart jumped. It was very likely to be the ice jade chilling heart. Ha ha ha, I found it. It belongs to my tribe. The Dark Ice tribe will definitely rise. We'll destroy the Ice Spirit tribe and become the overlord of the Qin Tian Star area. The young man from the Dark Ice tribe was overjoyed. Immediately, several young men from the Dark Ice tribe rushed toward the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. However, they had to step onto the ice platform first if they wanted to get the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. The ice platform was huge and round, with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Something amazing happened. The moment the young men from the Dark Ice tribe stepped onto the ice platform, their bodies froze. Then, a layer of ice crystals appeared on their bodies and covered them. The young men of the Dark Ice tribe were frozen like statues, motionless. Their faces were still full of shock. The rest of the heavenly talents from the Dark Ice tribe gasped and stopped in their tracks. Whoosh! Lu Ming flashed a few times and appeared on the other side of the ice platform. He also stopped and did not rush up. The ice platform contained a terrifying chill. As soon as they stepped onto it, they were frozen. The young men from the Dark Ice tribe were experts. Two of them were even at the LV4 True God realm, which was comparable to an high. However, they were frozen within a few seconds. Chapter 2744. The ice platform contained a terrifying chill. Even an expert who controlled cold divine power could not withstand it. This made the Dark Ice tribe and Lu Ming stop in their tracks. Why aren't you going up? Take the Ice Jade Frozen Heart, shouted the young genius of the Dark Ice clan who was fighting against Bing Qing. They couldn't see what was happening on the ice platform from where they were standing. There's a terrifying ice platform here. An Kong and An Ling have been frozen. They're probably dead. A young man from the Dark Ice tribe replied. What? The young man from the Dark Ice tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing was called An Lu. His expression changed when he heard that. After exchanging a few blows with Bing Qing, he left Bing Qing and rushed to the top of the mountain. Bing Qing followed him to the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw the ice platform and the scene on it. Their expressions changed as well. "You want the ice jade frozen heart? Looks like you can't get it." Bing Qing sneered. "We can't get it." "You can't get it either." And Lu replied with a cold face. "Really?" Bing Qing sneered. His body flashed and he rushed to the ice platform. Lu Ming was surprised, but he did not stop him. Since Bing Qing had seen the two frozen geniuses and dared to rush up, he must have some confidence. Whoosh! Bing Qing stood on the ice platform. However, as soon as he stepped on the ice platform, a layer of ice crystals appeared on his body, trying to freeze him. "Holy ice armor!" shouted Bing Qing. His body started to shine, and an armor appeared. It was a snow-white armor that looked like it was made of ice. As soon as it appeared, it covered Bing Qing and blocked the terrifying chill on the ice platform. "Holy ice armor, the treasure of the Ice Soul Tribe, holy ice armor!" And Lu shouted angrily. His face was gloomy. Then, he moved and rushed to the ice platform. In the next moment, he also landed on the ice platform. The moment he landed on the ice platform, his body was also covered by a layer of ice crystals. Ice battle armor. An undercurrent growled, and a battle suit appeared on his body, enveloping him and blocking the cold outside. The Dark Ice Tribe and the Ice Soul Tribe had come prepared. They had brought precious treasures that were controlled by An Lu and Bing Qing. The two of them blocked the chill outside and looked at each other with cold eyes. Then, they stepped out and walked towards the center of the ice platform. Dong! 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 It was as if the two of them were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their footsteps were heavy as they walked forward step by step. Every step they took caused the ice platform to rumble violently. The members of the Dark Ice race and Lu Ming watched with serious expressions. Strangely enough, the desolate beasts on the mountain peak did not rush up to attack them. It was very peaceful. As for Lu Shangkai and company, they were gathered together to defend against the desolate beasts. There were not many casualties. On the ice platform, Bing Qing and An Lu were moving slower and slower. A layer of ice had appeared on their battle suits and armors. Obviously, the closer they were to the center of the ice platform, the colder it became. Even their battle armors could not withstand the cold. However, the two of them did not give up. They continued to move forward. However, it took them a few minutes to take another step. In the end, they could barely move. The layer of ice on their battle suits and armors became thicker and thicker. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, two cracks appeared on Bing Qing's armor and An Lu's armor at the same time. Their battle armors were damaged by the cold. Their expressions changed drastically. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to move forward. They had a feeling that once they moved forward, their battle suits and armors would be broken and they would die on the ice platform. The two of them stepped back and quickly retreated out of the ice platform. Then, they used their divine power to shake off the layer of ice on their bodies. Only then did they let out a long breath. It was as if they had gone through a great battle on the ice platform. The two of them had used up a lot of their divine power. They immediately took out a pile of divine crystals and began to recover. After a while, the two of them recovered a little. I didn't expect the ice platform to be so terrifying. We can't get the heart of the ice jade. Bing Qing sighed. She was unwilling to give up. On the other side, An Lu and the other members of the Dark Ice Tribe were also unwilling to give up. The heart of the ice jade was so close, but they could not get it. They were also unwilling to give up. It seems that the Ice Spirit Tribe's efforts to get the heart of the ice jade are in vain. An Lu looked at Bing Qing and sneered. Even without the heart of the ice jade, the Ice Spirit Tribe is still one of the strongest tribes in the Qin Tian star field. However, the Dark Ice Tribe can only hide in the dark and struggle at death's door. Bing Qing sneered. This caused Lu's expression to turn extremely ugly. Unfortunately, this was the truth. Although the Dark Ice tribe had some talents in recent years, their overall strength was far inferior to the Ice Spirit tribe. They could only hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. Ninth young lord, maybe I can give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly sent a message to Bing Qing. You want to give it a try? Bing Qing was shocked. However, she immediately thought of Lu Ming's strange chain. Lu Ming's ice chain was shockingly cold. Even she felt terrified. It was extremely strange. Maybe I can let him give it a try. A thought flashed through Bing Qing's mind. She then said, the ice jade heart is extremely cold. It is impossible to store it in a storage ring. It will freeze the storage ring and destroy it. It requires a special tool to store it. After that, a jade box appeared in Bing Qing's hand. The jade box was red and emitted a blazing aura. Mysterious runes were engraved on the jade box. Take this jade box. If you can get the heart of the ice jade, you can store it in this jade box. It can isolate the cold aura of the heart of the ice jade. Bing Qing said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He could not help but think that the heart of the ice jade could freeze a storage ring. It was similar to the cold liquid. After taking the jade box, Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped onto the ice platform. What does that kid want to do? Does he want to get onto the ice platform? Ridiculous. Even Lu and the Ice Spirit tribe couldn't get onto the platform. He wants to get onto the platform. He must be dreaming. I guess the Ice Spirit tribe can't get the heart of the ice jade and is unwilling to give up. It's a pity that this kid will lose his life. Some people from the Dark Ice tribe saw Lu Ming walking towards the ice platform and sneered. They did not believe that Lu Ming could get the heart of the ice jade. Lu's eyes flashed, but he did not stop them. He also thought that Lu Ming could not get the heart of the ice jade. He had brought the Dark Ice tribe's treasure, the ice armor, to protect himself. However, it could not withstand the cold aura of the ice platform. How could Lu Ming withstand it? Chapter 2745. As soon as Lu Ming landed on the ice platform, he felt a bone-piercing coldness enveloping his body. The coldness was so strong that Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming immediately circulated his absolute frost divine power to resist the coldness. However, a layer of ice crystals still appeared on his body and slowly covered his entire body. This lad has cultivated the absolute frost divine power. However, even the absolute frost divine power can't resist the coldness of the ice platform. Lu said coldly. The divine power that he had cultivated was not any weaker than the absolute frost divine power. However, it still could not resist the coldness of the ice platform. Ice chain. Lu Ming made a mental command and ice chains appeared one after another. Lu Ming did not use the ice chain that had refined the cold liquid. Instead, he used the other 8 ice chains. He wanted to see if the other 8 ice chains could resist the coldness of the ice platform. The 8 ice chains danced in the air and gathered together to encircle Lu Ming. It's a secret skill of the ice attribute. Lu and the other sky prides from the Dark Ice tribe were surprised. Trying to resist the coldness of the ice platform with a secret skill of the ice attribute? Dream on. Lu said disdainfully. Sure enough, as soon as Undercurrent's voice fell, the 8 ice chains that enveloped Lu Ming were immediately frozen and covered in a thick layer of ice. Then, cracking sounds could be heard. Following that, the 8 ice chains shattered together, turning into fragments and disappearing. Ho ho, I knew it. It's impossible to resist the coldness of the ice platform. You're overestimating yourself. Lu sneered. Lu Ming ignored Lu's voice. He had expected that the 8 ice chains would not be able to resist the coldness of the ice platform. In the end, he could only rely on the ice chain that had refined the cold liquid. With a thought, the chain flew out and circled around Lu Ming, trapping him within. It's the same trick again. This lad is still unwilling to give up. Ridiculous. He has already proven that it's useless. Why is he still using it? What an idiot. A few young men from the Dark Ice tribe mocked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was from the Ice Spirit tribe. Mocking Lu Ming was the same as mocking the Ice Spirit tribe. They felt good about it. However, in the next moment, their voices stopped abruptly. Because this time, it was completely different from before. This time, there was no layer of ice on the chains around Lu Ming. The chains were wriggling slowly, showing no signs of being frozen. What's going on? Some young men from the Dark Ice clan were dumbfounded. Dong! 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 Following that, Lu Ming stepped out. His footsteps were extremely fast, and he took more than 10 steps consecutively. As expected, this ice chain is able to withstand the cold from the outside world. Joy appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The ice shackles enveloped him, completely blocking the cold from the outside world. He himself couldn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. There was not the slightest bit of coldness. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming continued to step forward. Step by step, he didn't stop at all. Soon, he had taken a few hundred steps. The distance he had covered was even further than Bing Qing and Undercurrent. What's going on? How is that possible? How was this possible? Why isn't that kid afraid of the chill on the ice platform? It's just a secret technique. How can it block the chill on the ice platform? The people from the Dark Ice clan opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Undercurrent, in particular, was fuming with anger. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was overestimating himself. But now, Lu Ming had walked further than him. This was a slap to his face. Bing Qing's eyes lit up. It was beyond her expectation that Lu Ming could walk so far. She had a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could get the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to walk step by step. After a while, Lu Ming finally arrived at the center of the ice platform. The Ice Jade Frozen Heart was right above his head. Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand. The ice shackles flew out and wrapped around the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. As soon as the Ice Jade Frozen Heart was wrapped around, Lu Ming felt a terrifying chill coming from the ice shackles. Fortunately, the ice shackles had refined the ball of cold liquid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to block the chill. But now, it was blocked by Lu Ming. Come in. Lu Ming took out the crimson jade box and controlled the ice shackles. With a pull, the Ice Jade Frozen Heart was slowly pulled towards the jade box. Darn it! How is this possible? The people from the Dark Ice tribe roared. Their eyes were red with envy. Ha ha ha! Bing Qing laughed loudly. He didn't expect that inviting Lu Ming and the others would be of such great use. The reason why the Ice Spirit tribe had invited the elites of the Qin Heaven 13 sects was so that the elites of the Qin Heaven 13 sects could help them clear desolate beasts or deal with other dangers. As for obtaining the Ice Jade Frozen Heart, they still had to rely on the elites of the Ice Spirit tribe. He never expected that Lu Ming would be able to obtain the Ice Jade Frozen Heart when the Ice Spirit tribe couldn't. Clang! In the end, the Ice Jade Chilling Heart successfully entered the Scarlet Jade Box. Lu Ming immediately closed the Jade Box, and the runic light on the Jade Box formed an array, sealing the Ice Jade Chilling Heart inside. The coldness on the Ice Jade Chilling Heart immediately disappeared, and the coldness on the ice platform was greatly reduced. Rumble. At this moment, the entire ice platform started to shake violently. Boom! In the end, the entire ice platform exploded with a loud bang, sending rubble flying everywhere. That is, at the moment when the ice platform exploded, Lu Ming saw rocks the size of a human head flying out from under the ice platform. These rocks were circular and emitted faint moonlight. They were like bright moons. Cold moon rocks. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These rocks were exactly the same as the legendary Cold Moon rocks. There were cold moon rocks under the ice platform. Lu Ming scanned the area and saw 6 of them. Swoosh! In a flash, Lu Ming pounced towards the cold moon rocks. Kill that brat and get the ice jade frozen heart. And Lu bellowed and dashed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the rest of the people from the Dark Ice tribe also dashed towards Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Bing Qing had her eyes on Enlu and the others. As soon as Enlu dashed out, Bing Qing dashed towards Enlu. A chilling sword radiance slashed towards Enlu. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. As for Lu Ming, in a flash, he grabbed a cold moon rock. The cold moon rock was different from the ice jade frozen heart. It was warm to the touch and there was no bone-chilling coldness. After grabbing the cold moon rock, Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring and grabbed the other cold moon rocks. In an instant, 3 cold moon rocks were in Lu Ming's storage ring. At this moment, the people from the Dark Ice tribe arrived. Brat, hand over the ice jade frozen heart. Kill. More than 10 people from the Dark Ice tribe attacked Lu Ming at the same time like a storm. Chapter 2746. The Dark Ice tribe's experts attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their attacks were powerful. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted. The ice chain swept out to block the attacks, while he pounced on the next cold moon stone. Clang! 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 The attacks of the prodigies from the Dark Ice tribe all landed on the ice chain. They were all blocked by the ice chain. Moreover, the ice chain's terrible coldness spread toward them. The Dark Ice tribe's geniuses' faces changed and they retreated quickly. A layer of frost appeared on their bodies, making them shiver. There were even a few people with the weakest cultivation who were directly frozen into popsicles. Then, with a bang, they exploded and died on the spot. The Dark Ice tribe's young men were shocked and did not dare to move forward. Lu Ming did not care about them. He was focused on the cold moon stones. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he collected the last 3 cold moon stones. Lu Ming collected all 6 cold moon stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This trip was worth it. Not only did he get the 6 cold moon stones, but he also refined the cold liquid. Lu Ming had a feeling that the cold liquid was not to be underestimated. It was definitely more valuable than the 6 cold moon stones. 9th young master, we have the ice jade chilling heart. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted to Bing Qing. You want to leave? Hand over the ice jade chilling heart, or none of you will leave. And Lu roared. His face was ferocious and he attacked Bing Qing fiercely. Bing Qing could not get away. Do you think you can keep us here? I'm afraid you're not good enough. Lu Ming sneered. He manipulated the ice chain and flew toward the undercurrent, sweeping toward it. Get lost! And Lu shouted and slashed at the ice chain with his battle saber. Clang! Clang! Although the ice chains were deflected by undercurrent after a few consecutive collisions, the terrifying chill on them still spread towards undercurrent, causing his body to stiffen slightly. His strength was on par with Bing Qing's to begin with. As his body stiffened, Bing Qing took advantage of the opportunity. Her sword flashed and left a sword wound on his body. Dark Current's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles to sweep towards Dark Current. Lu Ming's current cultivation base was still a little weak after all. He couldn't exert the power of the cold ice chains. He also couldn't fully exert the power of the cold liquid. If his cultivation base could reach the true God realm, defeating Enlu wouldn't be a problem. But even now, the chill of the ice shackles still had a great effect on undercurrent, causing his body to stiffen and his movements to become slower and slower. If it was just Lu Ming alone, Enlu would have been able to violently attack and defeat Lu Ming. But now, he had another opponent. Bing Qing and Lu Ming cooperated and seized the opportunity to attack. Enlu couldn't resist and was hit several times. Although he managed to avoid being hit, he was still heavily injured. He vomited blood and retreated. damn it, it's all because of this brat. And Lu was filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. He then unwillingly roared, "Retreat." After saying that, Lu turned around and fled. The other members of the Dark Ice tribe also followed Lu, hastily fleeing in another direction. Bing Qing's eyes twinkled, but she didn't chase after them. The most important thing was the ice jade chilling heart. Furthermore, with Lu's strength, if he wanted to escape, even if he chased after him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Ninth young master, the ice jade chilling heart is for you. Lu Ming took out the jade box and handed it to Bing Qing. Although he was also very interested in the ice jade chilling heart, he knew that this kind of treasure wasn't something he could get his hands on right now. If he didn't return the ice jade chilling heart, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. The ice soul race wouldn't let him off. It wasn't worth offending a large race like the ice soul race for a treasure. And if he returned the ice jade chilling heart, he would also gain the friendship of the ice soul race. That was even more useful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, thank you, thank you. From now on, you're a friend of my ice soul race. Bing Qing was overjoyed. She carefully put away the jade box with a smile on her face. Then let's go back, said Lu Ming. Alright, let's go. Bing Qing nodded and rushed down the mountain with Lu Ming. They charged toward Lu Shangkai and the others. With Lu Ming and Bing Qing's help, their strength had greatly increased. They quickly slaughtered their way down the mountain and rushed back in the direction they had come from. Roar! They hadn't run far when an earth-shattering roar came from behind them. It was a dragon's roar. From afar, they saw an ice dragon soaring into the sky, roaring continuously. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. The ice dragon is awake. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed, his face pale. Didn't they say that the ice dragon would sleep for at least half a month? It's the dark ice race. Those lunatics, run! Bing Qing shouted. It wasn't hard to guess that it was the dark ice race's doing. The dark ice race must have attacked the ice dragon and awakened it. They didn't want Bing Qing and the others to take the ice jade chilling heart away. Quick, quick, quick! Everyone flew with all their might, pushing their speed to the limit. Like streaks of lightning, they swept across the sky. Behind them, the ice dragon kept roaring and circling in the sky. Then, it looked in the direction of Lu Ming and the others. It twisted its body and chased after Lu Ming and the others. Oh no! We're doomed. Many people's faces changed drastically. The ice dragon was in the heavenly god realm. It could kill them with one slap. The ice dragon was poisoned not long ago and has just woken up. It's definitely not at its peak, Bing Qing said. However, the others' faces didn't turn for the better. The ice dragon was in the heavenly god realm. Even if it wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something that they could fight against. However, the ice dragon was indeed not at its peak. It wasn't as fast as they had imagined. Although it was closing the distance between them, it didn't catch up with them immediately. The two parties, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly flew towards their original destination. However, although the ice dragon didn't catch up with them immediately, the distance between them was slowly closing. A few days later, the distance between them was less than 10,000 miles. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the ice dragon caught up with them. Ninth young lord, you guys go first. I'll delay the ice dragon. At this moment, a young man from the ice spirit race shouted. Count me in. I'll go too. A few young men from the ice spirit race said, their eyes filled with determination. All of you. Bing Qing's eyes flashed with pain. If these young men from the ice spirit race were to delay the ice dragon, they would definitely die. Ninth young lord, Bing Yu's heart is more important. The rise of the ice spirit race is more important. Sacrificing our lives is nothing. A young man from the ice spirit race shouted. Alright, all of you go. From now on, your family is my family. Bing Qing said. Thank you, Ninth Young Lord. Chapter 2747. The 11 of them spread out and distanced themselves from each other. This way, they would not be killed by the ice dragon in one move. Spreading out would buy them more time. Let's go. Bing Qing roared as he increased his speed. Not long after, they heard the ice dragon's roar from behind. However, after this delay, the distance between them had increased to more than 100,000 miles when the ice dragon chased after them again. Just like that, another 7 or 8 days passed. They were getting closer and closer to the exit they had come from. However, the ice dragon was relentless in his pursuit and the distance between them was getting smaller. If this continued, they would probably be caught before they even reached the exit. Ninth Young Master, let's delay the ice dragon. Let me go. Another youth from the ice spirit race volunteered. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. No wonder the ice spirit race could become one of the strongest races in the Qin Tian star field. They were too united. This kind of selfless behavior would never happen in the Qin Tian 13 sects. No need. I have a plan. Now that we have the ice jade chilling heart, we can use the ice phoenixes to delay the ice dragon. Bing Qing waved his hand as his eyes glowed with wisdom. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That was indeed the case. They were not far from where the ice phoenixes lived. If the ice dragon did not chase after them, they would definitely choose to go around the ice phoenixes. But now, Bing Qing planned to rush to the ice phoenix's residence. They did not change their direction and rushed directly to the ice phoenix's residence. Soon, they arrived at the ice phoenix's residence. Ga ga ga, cries rang out as huge figures rushed out from the ice mountains. They were the ice phoenixes. There were 9 of them. The 9 ice phoenixes stared coldly at Lu Ming and the others. They flapped their wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Come. Bing Qing flew at the front and took out the red jade box. When the ice phoenixes approached, he suddenly opened the jade box and revealed the ice jade chilling heart. A wave of cold air immediately filled the air. Ga ga ga, as soon as the 9 ice phoenixes saw the ice jade chilling heart, they began to cry incessantly, and fear appeared on their faces as they forcibly stopped in their tracks. Go! Bing Qing hurriedly closed the jade box. Everyone rushed over. The 9 ice phoenixes didn't dare to block them. They could only watch as Lu Ming and the others rushed past. After passing the ice phoenixes, they continued to fly. Soon, they heard the roars of ice dragons and ice phoenixes behind them, as well as the rumbling of collisions. The ice phoenix and the ice dragon were indeed in conflict. At this point, they were very close to the exit. Not long after, they returned to the place where they first came in. Bing Qing immediately took out the statue and began to form seals. The statue floated in the air, emitting a dazzling radiance. After a while, a vortex appeared in the void. The exit had been opened. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar sounded from afar. The ice dragon had caught up to them again. Let's go, let's go! Bing Qing roared. Go, go, go! Lu Shangkai and the others from the Mystic Academy were the first to rush into the vortex, followed by the others. Behind them, the dragon roars grew louder and louder. They could even see the huge figure of the ice dragon appear in their field of vision. However, it was fortunate that most of their people had already left. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed out of the vortex. Bing Qing quickly kept the statue and rushed out of the vortex. As Bing Qing rushed out of the vortex quickly disappeared. Roar! In the end, they could still hear a loud dragon's roar. Then, the light screen where the vortex had disappeared vibrated slightly. Huff huff huff, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and their hearts relaxed a little. They had escaped. Although they had lost some people, they had obtained the ice jade chilling heart. The people from the Ice Soul tribe were all smiles. Of course, there were some exceptions. They were the people from the Mystic Academy, especially Hu Ye and Lu Shangkai. During this trip, Lu Shangkai had been brutally beaten by Lu Ming. He had even been forced to kneel in front of everyone by Lu Ming. Such humiliation filled Lu Shangkai's heart with murderous intent whenever he thought about it. He swore to himself that he would find a chance to take revenge. Everyone, take a break and adjust your condition. I'm afraid we still have one more obstacle to pass. Bing Qing instructed. The people from the Ice Soul tribe were fine, but the others' faces changed when they heard this. They had already made it out. What obstacle was there to pass? Ninth young lord, what do you mean? Lu Shangkai asked with a sullen face. The mission this time was more dangerous than he had imagined. Moreover, he had been greatly humiliated. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he heard that there would be another obstacle, his face turned even uglier. Everyone, you know about the Flaming Tribe, right? Bing Qing asked. Of course. Everyone in the Qin Tian Star Zone knows about the Flaming Tribe. Lu Shangkai said. You should also know that the Flaming Tribe and my Ice Soul Tribe have been enemies for generations. My Ice Soul Tribe wants the Ice Jade Chilling Heart, but the Flaming Tribe doesn't want it. Therefore, every time my Ice Soul Tribe sends people into the Ancestral Land, the Flaming Tribe will send people to stop us. This time, before we entered, we didn't encounter the Scarlet Flame Tribe's obstruction. It's very likely that they were waiting for us to come out so that they could wait for us to exhaust ourselves. If I'm not wrong, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's people are very likely lying in ambush on the way out. Bing Qing said. Hearing Bing Qing's words, many people's faces turned gloomy. Next, they would have to rush out of the encirclement of the Flaming Tribe to be truly out of danger. The only good news was that only those under 10,000 years old could enter this path. If the Flaming Tribe wanted to enter, only those under 10,000 years old could enter. Those of the same generation as them wouldn't have a high cultivation. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to rush out of the encirclement. Immediately, everyone found a place to sit down cross-legged. They took out divine gems to refine and adjust to their best condition. Lu Ming also took out some divine gems to recover. In fact, he had the quantifying formula, which stored a large amount of divine power. He was always in peak condition. Of course, he couldn't expose the quantifying formula. Therefore, he had to put on an act. A day later, everyone had recovered to their best condition. Their divine power was full. Let's go. Bing Qing led the way out. The others followed. They raised their attention to the maximum, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Soon, they were halfway out without encountering any accidents. However, they didn't dare to be careless. Be careful. All of a sudden, Bing Qing roared. Whoosh! 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 Then, silhouettes flashed from the huge rocks around them. Attacks were launched one after another at them. Luckily, they were constantly paying attention to their surroundings. With Bing Qing's reminder, everyone used all kinds of defensive measures to defend their surroundings, blocking the attacks from all directions. Chapter 2748. After Lu Ming and the group blocked all the attacks from the surroundings, figures flashed and a large group of figures appeared, surrounding them. In front of them was a group of red-skinned youths, each of them emitting a blazing aura. The Flaming Flame Race. Many people's faces turned serious. It was indeed the Flaming Flame Race, and their numbers were shocking. There were actually 70 to 80 of them. One had to know that only people under 10,000 years old could enter this place. The number of people from the Flaming Flame Race had reached 70 to 80, which showed how strong they were. Behind Lu Ming and the others were not from the Flaming Flame Race, but there were still more than 70 of them. These people were from different races. Invincible Kenzo and the Immeasurable Sacred Land. A youth from the Mystic Academy exclaimed. The others' hearts sank. They all recognized that these youths were from different races. Like them, they were from the other 7 sects of the Qin Tian 13 sects. Moreover, the Invincible Kenzo and the Immeasurable Sacred Land's prodigies had also come. Everyone's hearts sank. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They had fought a few battles in the Ice Soul Race's ancestral land and had lost some battle power. Originally, they had less than 100 people, but after losing some, they were only left with 60 or so people. The other side had about 150 people, which was more than twice their number. Bing Qing, hand over all your interspatial rings, and I'll let you go. A burly prodigy from the Flaming Flame race sneered. His body was like a burning piece of metal, emitting wisps of divine fire. Yen Sen, come and take it yourself if you can. Bing Qing said coldly, and the cold aura on her body grew stronger. The Ice Soul Race had spent so many years to obtain the Ice Jade Heart, so how could she hand it over? If you don't hand it over, did you really get the Ice Jade Heart? Today, none of you will leave. Attack! The tall and sturdy Flamekin youth, Yen Sen, waved his hand and gave the order. Kill! Kill! The prodigies of the Flaming Tribe, Invincible Kenzo, and other sects roared. Their auras soared as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Gather together and charge forward. As long as we charge out of this path, we'll be saved. Bing Qing roared. She took the lead and charged toward the Flame tribe. Streaks of sword chi shot out from Bing Qing's hands. They were extremely cold, and wherever they passed, layers of frost appeared in the air. Child's play, transform for me. Yen Sen shouted and rushed towards Bing Qing. His whole body was covered in blazing flames, and the temperature of the space was rising rapidly. Boom! Boom! His fists were unceasingly punching out. His fists were like magma as they bombarded Bing Qing. The air was filled with sizzling sounds and violent explosions. Rings of blazing energy and ice-cold energy spread out in all directions. The two of them fought fiercely. Yen Sen's battle strength was also extremely terrifying. He was evenly matched with Bing Qing. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others also suffered a terrifying attack. Ah! Ah! Several blood-curdling screams rang out. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming and the others suffered heavy injuries. A few of them were killed. Lu Ming and the others' formation was also blocked. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated through the sky. A black-robed youth with a cold expression and terrifying battle strength slashed out with his sword. A sky pride of the Ice Soul Tribe was killed. This was a sky pride of the Invincible Kenzo. His strength was slightly stronger than Lu Shankai's. On the other side, a white-robed youth was very elegant. However, his battle strength was also terrifying. He also killed a sky pride of the Ice Soul Tribe. This person was from the immeasurable sacred ground. The most shocking thing was that there were a few prodigies from the Flaming Flame tribe who were as powerful as Lu Shankai. Some of them were even more powerful than Lu Shankai. Under the leadership of these people, Lu Ming and the rest retreated in defeat and people were constantly killed. Boom! An expert from the Flame tribe punched out and turned a disciple from the Kongxian school into ashes. There were a total of 10 sky prides from the Kongxian school. None of them had died before. Now, this was the first one to die. We can't go on like this. We'll leave in batches. Come with me. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming could no longer care about the Ice Soul Tribe. He led the people from the Kongxian school and madly charged to the side. Lu Ming rushed to the front. He exploded with all his strength and stabbed out with his long spear. 2 young men from the Flame tribe were killed by Lu Ming. The other young men from the Flame tribe coughed up blood and retreated. Kid, you're courting death. A young expert from the Flame tribe fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. He was wearing a pair of red gloves. He threw out a few punches. The scorching fist force was aimed at Lu Ming. Before the fist force arrived, everyone felt as if their bodies were about to burn. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and collided with the young man. However, the result was that Lu Ming was forced to retreat a few steps. What a strong battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The young man from the Flame tribe was no weaker than Lu Shankai. In a head-on collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Kid, how dare you kill someone from the Flame tribe? Die, the young man from the Flame tribe said ferociously and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best to fight the young man. And Hai and the others formed a circle to block the attacks from all directions. However, the situation was still precarious. Boom! 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 Lu Ming and the young man from the Flame tribe exchanged more than a dozen blows. In the end, Lu Ming was forced to retreat. He was completely suppressed. Turn into ashes, brat! The young man from the Flame tribe shouted. Is that so? At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, an ice chain flew out from his body and wrapped around the young man. It's just a chain. Melt it. The young man from the Flame tribe said coldly. He did not care about the ice chain at all. He threw out a punch and a scorching flame blasted towards the ice chain. He wanted to melt the ice chain. However, the ice shackles didn't seem to be affected at all. The young man from the Flame tribe was shocked. He did not expect that his fist force would have no effect on the ice chain. While he was stunned, the ice chain had already wrapped around him and quickly tightened. Melt, the young man from the Flame tribe shouted. His body was like a furnace. The temperature was shockingly high. He wanted to melt the ice chain. However, the ice chain was not affected at all. It quickly tightened. The terrifying coldness extinguished the young man's flame. Then, a layer of ice covered the young man from the Flame tribe. Impossible. No, no, the young man from the Flame tribe shouted in horror. He did not expect that Lu Ming could control such terrifying ice. It could even freeze his flame. Chapter 2749. The young man from the Flaming tribe was terrified. He could feel that his blood was starting to freeze. His body was stiff and he couldn't move. Save me, the young man from the Flaming tribe screamed in fear. Kill! Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear and a spear light pierced through the young man, killing him instantly. A young man who wasn't any weaker than Lu Shankai had died just like that. Brat, you're courting death. Damn it! Immediately, angry roars could be heard. Many prodigies from the Flame tribe were glaring at Lu Ming furiously. That young man from the Flaming tribe had an extraordinary status in the Flaming tribe and he was extremely talented. But now, he had died at the hands of Lu Ming. This made the people from the Flaming tribe want to kill him. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted as he waved his ice chains towards the young men from the Flaming tribe who were attacking An Hai and the others. The young men from the Flaming tribe were shocked and quickly dodged. An Hai and the others also escaped and joined up with Lu Ming. They rushed forward together. Kill! That brat must die. The others can surround him but don't kill him. Kill that brat first. Yen Sun, who was fighting with Bing Qing, shouted. Shua! Shua! One by one, the young men from the Flaming tribe rushed towards Lu Ming. Some of them were extremely fast. Boom! In front of Lu Ming, there was a young man from the Flaming tribe who was 3 meters tall. His fist force was like a mountain as it blasted towards Lu Ming. So strong! Lu Ming was shocked and quickly blocked with his spear. Dang! The young man's fist force hit the long spear. The long spear vibrated violently and Lu Ming felt an overwhelming pressure coming towards him. Lu Ming retreated quickly. He felt that his arm was about to split open and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Strong! This young man from the Flaming tribe was shockingly strong. Lu Ming felt that his battle strength wasn't any weaker than Bing Qing's. The Scarlet Flame race had a shocking number of geniuses. As expected of the strongest race in the Qin Tian star field. Without a doubt, they were also the strongest force. Brat, I'm going to grind your bones to dust. Kill them all. The 3-meter-tall flamekin youth roared and punched at Lu Ming with both fists. At the same time, the other members of the Flame tribe had also arrived. Together, they charged towards Lu Ming, and Hai, and the others. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 young men from Kongxian School were blown up in the air and turned into ashes in the scorching heat. We're finished, we're finished. A young man from the Kongxian School yelled in despair. Facing such a situation, they would definitely die today. At this time, Lu Ming was also facing an extremely strong pressure. The 3-meter-tall flamekin youth wasn't the only expert from the Flaming tribe. There were a few more people behind him. Although they weren't as strong as the former, they were also very terrifying. They attacked Lu Ming together, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only control the ice chain to wrap around them. However, they knew the power of the ice chain and naturally wouldn't let Lu Ming have his way. As soon as the ice chain was released, they retreated rapidly, avoiding the ice chain. Only the 3-meter-tall flamekin youth was fearless. His aura was wild, and his body was covered in blazing divine flames. He punched continuously at the ice chain with both fists. Boom! Boom! The blazing fists collided with the ice chain, but it didn't extinguish. Instead, it sent the ice chain flying back. The opponent was too strong, and Lu Ming's cultivation was too low. After all, the power of the ice chain was limited. It couldn't cross a large distance to freeze the opponent. The 3-meter-tall flamekin youth had the strength to block it. I'll block this strange chain. Let them kill him. The 3-meter-tall flamekin youth roared and launched an attack. He focused on bombarding the ice chain, while the other experts of the Flamekin tribe charged at Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's situation became precarious. 2 other people from the Kongxian School had died. At this moment, there were only 5 people left in the Kongxian School, including Lu Ming. The other 4 people, including An Hai and the long-faced youth, were all seriously injured. Their faces were filled with despair. At this moment, the people of the Ice Soul clan and several other sects had suffered heavy losses. People kept dying in the battle. The number of people on their side was constantly decreasing. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Even if Lu Ming wanted to escape alone, it would be difficult. Boy, we can only fight now. At this moment, the voice of the quantifying formula sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Fight? How? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. Do you still remember when I absorbed the Nether Dragon Blood Jade in the Nether Dragon's secret realm? The quantifying formula said. Nether Dragon Blood Jade? Have you already refined the energy of the Nether Dragon Blood Jade? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. That's right. After all these years, I've already refined all the energy of the Nether Dragon Blood Jade. I can give it to you now. This energy is very strong. Even if you cultivate 5 divine fires, it's enough for you to reach the true God realm in a short time. That's right. It's very dangerous to break through during a battle. If you're not careful, you might go mad and explode. The quantifying formula said. I definitely have to break through. Please give me the energy. Lu Ming hurriedly said. It wasn't like he hadn't broken through during a battle. He had plenty of experience. Alright, then get ready. Let's begin. As soon as the quantifying formula finished speaking, Lu Ming felt that the quantifying word in his mind was shining. Then, a huge amount of energy surged out of the quantifying formula and into Lu Ming's body. This energy was very pure and could be converted into divine power in an instant. Refine, refine, Lu Ming crazily circulated the universe 10,000 Dao technique and started to refine it. This energy was quickly converted into Lu Ming's divine power. The divine fire in Lu Ming's dantian grew stronger. In almost an instant, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak level 8 empty God realm. Then, with a loud boom, his body seemed to explode and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Level 9 Empty God Realm. In just a breath's time, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen from level 8 Empty God Realm to level 9 Empty God Realm. Breakthrough? How is that possible? The others were shocked. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a breakthrough in his cultivation in such a situation. Even if you have a breakthrough, you will still die. The 3-meter-tall young man from the Flaming Flame tribe roared and charged towards Lu Ming. The other supreme talents from the Flaming Flame tribe also charged towards Lu Ming. There were 9 of them charging towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared and he continuously swung his long spear to clash with his opponents. However, even though Lu Ming's cultivation had reached level 9 Empty God Realm, he was still no match for so many supreme talents from the Flaming Flame tribe. He was still at a disadvantage. Only by breaking through to the true God realm would he be able to fight his way out. Chapter 2750. Go, 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 continue to go. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he continued to refine the energy. His cultivation base was nearing the peak of the Empty God realm. However, it wasn't easy for him to break through to the true God realm. The Kongxian school's outer disciples had a rule that if an outer disciple could break through to the true God realm within 1,000,000 years, they could become an inner disciple. However, there were still many people who couldn't break through to the true God realm within 1,000,000 years. From this, one could see how difficult it was to break through to the true God realm. Even with the energy from the quantifying character formula, it wasn't realistic for Lu Ming to break through to the true God realm immediately. Come on, come on. I'll borrow your strength to break through to the true God realm. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. His battle intent seemed to be on fire. Spear radiance and ice chains clashed with the 9 top young prodigies from the Flaming Flame tribe. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was constantly injured and coughing out blood, he was able to hold on for a while. On the other side, the young prodigies from the Mystic Academy were fighting against the invincible Kenzo under Lu Shankai's lead. Lu Shankai was fighting against the black-shirt young man. Brother Xian, why do you have to be so ruthless? Lu Shankai sent a message to the black-shirt young man. They were both prodigies from the 3 overlord sects and they knew each other. We've taken on different missions. Naturally, we have to do our part. The black-shirt young man replied coldly. How about this, Brother Xian? I'll give up on this mission. As long as you show mercy, I can still help you kill that brat. Lu Shankai sent a message to the black-shirt young man and then looked at Lu Ming with murderous eyes. Lu Ming had broken through at such a crucial moment. This made Lu Shankai even more wary of Lu Ming. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming as Lu Ming's speed of growth shocked him. You seem to want to kill that brat, the black-clothed young man asked with great interest. That's right. Let me tell you. That lad is from Kongxian School and his combat strength is terrifying. You've seen it for yourself. He's only an empty god but he already has such combat strength. If he grows up, I'm afraid that even the 3 overlords would not be his match. I'm not trying to scare you. Lu Shankai said. The invincible Kenzo youth's eyes flashed. Lu Ming was at the empty god realm. How could he not see that? To be honest, he was extremely shocked. He had never seen a Nihility god with such combat strength. The Kongxian school was already the leader of the top 10 sections. With the addition of such a prodigy, it was indeed a huge threat to the 3 overlords. What's your plan? The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed as he said. Let's pretend to fight. As we fight, we'll shift the battlefield to that kid's side. That kid's attention has been on the Scarlet Flame race and you guys. He definitely won't expect me to attack at this time. So, as long as I attack, I'll definitely be able to kill that kid. Lu Shankai said coldly. Lu Shankai, you're despicable. The black-clothed youth sneered. Lu Shankai's face turned ugly. However, he hated Lu Ming to the core. Even if he was ridiculed, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Alright, I promise you. The black-clothed youth said. He then sent a message to the invincible Kenzo. At the same time, Lu Shangkai also instructed the people from the Mystic Academy to pretend to fight and slowly move closer to Lu Ming. Soon, they were near Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 9 empty God realm and he was trying to break through to the true God realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the true God realm. Lu Ming tried to break through a few times but he did not succeed. Just a little bit more, Lu Ming still felt that he was lacking a little bit and it was difficult for him to break through the bottleneck. If others knew that he was trying to break through to the true God realm and that he was trying to break through to the true God realm at the same time, they would laugh their heads off. When others tried to break through to the true God realm, they would first have to cultivate to the peak of rank 9 empty God realm. Then, they would have to prepare some treasures to break through to the true God realm. Moreover, the success rate was not high. No one could break through to the true God realm while fighting. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with the flaming flame tribe. His body shook violently and he could not stop retreating. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Now is the time, Lu Shangkai's eyes lit up. The direction that Lu Ming was retreating was exactly where he was. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Shangkai did not hesitate and struck immediately. Boom! The runes on his body shone brightly. A huge black seal appeared in his hands and he smashed it towards Lu Ming. Be careful, the quantifying character formula reminded him. Lu Ming was shocked. To be honest, he did not expect Lu Shangkai to strike at him at this moment. His attention was all on the flaming flame tribe, the invincible Kenzo, and the immeasurable sacred ground. At this critical moment, he thought that Lu Shangkai would try to save his own life. He did not expect Lu Shangkai to suddenly strike at him. It was too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming could only activate the 9-fold golden armor to defend himself. Boom! Lu Shangkai's huge black seal landed heavily on Lu Ming's body and there was a loud boom. The 9-fold golden armor on Lu Ming's body shook violently and then exploded. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball. He flew towards a huge meteorite and smashed it into pieces. Even the flaming flame tribe members were shocked. Wasn't Lu Shangkai on Lu Ming's side? Why did he suddenly attack Lu Ming? But after a moment of shock, 2 experts from the flaming flame tribe rushed towards the meteorite that Lu Ming had smashed. They wanted to kill Lu Ming once and for all. However, right at that moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the meteorite. This aura was extremely terrifying. It formed a powerful pressure that made everyone feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Buzz! A spear light as large as a mountain swept out towards the 2 experts from the flaming flame tribe. Bang! Bang! The 2 experts from the flaming flame tribe did not even have time to react before they were blasted apart by the spear light. How is this possible? The others were shocked. Although the 2 experts from the flaming flame tribe were not at Lu Shangkai's level, the difference was not big. Yet, they were killed instantly. Boom! There was a loud boom from the meteorite and a figure rushed out. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, divine power was boiling on Lu Ming's body. It was like a flame that was burning fiercely. A powerful aura was constantly being emitted. A true god. This was the aura of a true god. He broke through. This kid has broken through again. Someone shouted in disbelief. Oh my god. What is going on? Everyone could not believe their eyes. Didn't Lu Ming just break through? How did he break through again? One breakthrough was still acceptable. Lu Ming's cultivation level was already at its peak. It was normal for him to have a breakthrough. However, it was impossible for him to have consecutive breakthroughs from the Void God realm to the True God realm. Chapter 2751. This, Lu Shangkai's eyes widened. He thought he was dreaming. He had attacked Lu Ming, but not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't die. Instead, he broke through. Lu Shankai felt his head spinning. Lu Shankai, Lu Ming's cold gaze swept toward Lu Shankai. His cold murderous intent was not concealed and Lu Shankai shuddered. Lu Shankai, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for your attack, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He wasn't lying. The situation just now was indeed as he had said. Lu Shankai's attack had instead helped Lu Ming, allowing Lu Ming's cultivation to break through to the true immortal realm. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Shankai almost spat out a mouthful of blood due to anger. Not only did his attack fail to kill Lu Ming, but it had instead helped Lu Ming break through. He wanted to slap himself a few times. In order to repay you, I will personally send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. So what if you've broken through? Kill. The young man from the Flaming Flame tribe who was more than 3 meters tall roared and charged toward Lu Ming. He unleashed his full strength and threw out 2 fists. 2 blazing fists crushed towards Lu Ming. Facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was indifferent. He directly swept out his spear. Boom! The long spear and the fists collided. The fists directly exploded. The spear continued to attack the 3-meter-tall Flame youth. The youth's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to resist, but the result was that his body was forced back. His arms were directly blown to pieces. Your strength. The 3-meter-tall Flame youth's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. In one move, Lu Ming had only casually waved his spear, but it had severely injured him. Lu Ming just broke through to the true God realm. How did his strength increase so much? A person's battle prowess was not only determined by the strength of divine power, but also divine skills and secret techniques. Although Lu Ming's cultivation base had broken through, his divine skills and the like had not broken through. It was impossible for his battle strength to soar so much. Little did he know that Lu Ming had 5 divine fires in his body and possessed 5 types of divine powers. Once his cultivation level had a breakthrough, the 5 divine fires and 5 types of divine powers had a breakthrough as well. Naturally, his divine power had increased tremendously. His battle prowess had also increased by several times. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Wielding his spear, he charged towards the Flame tribe's experts. Whoosh! 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 A series of terrifying spear glows burst out. They were a lot stronger than before. The young men from the Flaming Flame race, including the one who was more than 3 meters tall, tried their best to resist. However, the spear radiance pierced through them. Other than the Flaming Tribe youth who was over 3 meters tall, the other 6 Flaming Tribe experts were all dead. All of them were assassinated by Lu Ming. The Flaming Tribe youth who was over 3 meters tall coughed up blood and retreated. His injuries were even more serious. Seeing this, Lu Shankai was almost scared to death. Among the Flaming Flame Tribe Skyprides who were killed just now, there were some who were not weaker than him. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming with ease. Go quickly! Lu Shankai roared in his heart and turned around to leave. Go, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming would not let Lu Shankai escape. He would not kill the others, but Lu Shankai must die. Lu Ming used the Garuda technique and his body flashed as he chased after Lu Shankai. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base and the Garuda technique, his speed was too fast. In a few flashes, he had caught up with Lu Shankai. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Mystic Academy will not let you go, Lu Shankai roared hysterically. Idiot! Lu Ming said coldly as he swept out his spear. A huge spear light swept towards Lu Shankai. Ah! Lu Shankai roared as his body was covered with runes. He went all out as he burned his divine power to form a huge black seal and threw it towards Lu Ming. This was the strongest attack he had ever made. He only wanted to save his life. Boom! The huge seal and Lu Ming's spear light collided. The huge seal crumbled and the spear light swept across Lu Shankai's body. Lu Shankai screamed as his body was sent flying and hit a huge meteorite. Many of his bones were broken and he was on the verge of death. When Lu Ming was at the 8th level of the empty god realm, he was no match for Lu Shankai. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation base had reached the 1st level of the true god realm. His combat strength had increased tremendously and he was able to suppress Lu Shankai. "I'll send you on your way," he looked at Lu Shankai coldly and thrust out his spear. "Don't!" Lu Shankai screamed miserably. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted launching a surprise attack on Lu Ming. Not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation level. He even sacrificed his own life. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Shankai was killed by the long spear. "Run! Run!" At this moment, the invincible Kenzo youth screamed in fear as he turned around and ran. The others followed. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Lu Ming roared as the divine power in his body exploded. His battle intent soared. Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a god of war as he held his long spear and killed. Spear light shot out continuously. Puff! Puff! In an instant, 10 members of the Flaming Tribe, 6 members of the Winged Demon Academy, and 6 members of the Invincible Kenzo were killed. The members of the Flaming Tribe who had surrounded Anhai and the others were all killed. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the Kongxian school. Anhai and the other 2 had the highest cultivation bases, but they were covered in injuries. The others were all dead. This was also because the experts of the Flaming Tribe weren't particularly strong when they attacked Lu Ming and Anhai. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Anhai and the other 2 looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming continued to kill the members of the Flaming Tribe, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Previously, he had been suppressed. To be honest, he was very sullen. However, at this moment, he had released all of his sullenness. He felt extremely happy. These people were all crushed by him. One by one, they died at the hands of Lu Ming. Retreat! Retreat! When the prodigy from the Flaming Flame tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing saw this scene, he knew that things were hopeless. Lu Ming's combat power was too strong. No one present was a match for him. If this continued, they would all die. The members of the Flaming Tribe, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground gathered together and desperately rushed out of the path. However, Lu Ming obviously didn't want to let them go so easily. He chased after them with his spear, leaving behind a trail of corpses. In the end, the Flaming Tribe, the Invincible Kenzo, and the other sects left behind a total of over 100 corpses. The other side had about 150 people, but only 50 people were left. They were running for their lives. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped chasing. Bing Qing and the others caught up from behind. They were also in a miserable situation. Now, the Ice Soul tribe and the other sects only had about 30 people left. The others were all dead. Chapter 2752. This battle was far too tragic. Brother Lu, it's all thanks to you this time. Bing Qing cupped her fists and thanked Lu Ming solemnly. This trip to the Ice Soul clan's ancestral land was all thanks to Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, they probably would not have gotten the Ice Jade Heart. If not for Lu Ming, even if they had gotten the Ice Jade Heart, they would have died at the hands of the Flame tribe. Brother Bing, you're welcome. Since I've accepted this mission, I'll do my best. Let's go out. Lu Ming said. Then, everyone rushed out. In the starry sky outside the path, the Ice Soul clan and the Flame tribe experts were still confronting each other. There were dozens of people on each side. They were all top experts from the Ice Soul clan and the Flame tribe. Each of them was a terrifying existence. The atmosphere in the starry sky was extremely oppressive. In my opinion, the Ice Soul clan doesn't need to wait anymore. It's a waste of effort. Your people definitely won't get the Ice Jade Heart. Even if they do, they'll all die at the hands of the Flame tribe Sky Prides. An elder from the Flame tribe sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. Don't bite off your tongue and slap your own face later. An expert from the Ice Soul clan replied. Ha, you still don't want to give up. Let's wait and see. The elder from the Flame tribe sneered with a confident expression. Many experts from the Ice Soul clan had ugly expressions. They had seen the number of Sky Prides from the Flame tribe and the invincible Kenzo who had gone in. There were many of them and many of them were experts. If Bing Qing and the others encountered them, the outcome would be unpredictable. They were actually very worried. Time passed by slowly. They're out. Suddenly, someone shouted. Their eyesight was very good. They saw that in the tunnel, there was a figure rushing out quickly. It's the Flame tribe. Ha, it's our Sky Prides. It seems like the Ice Soul clan has been wiped out. Seeing that it was the Flame tribe, the experts from the Flame tribe laughed. They all thought that the Flame tribe had come out after killing the Ice Soul clan. Even the experts of the Ice Soul clan thought the same. Their expressions were extremely ugly. No, something's wrong. Suddenly, a middle-aged man from the Flamewing race cried out in surprise. The others were shocked and couldn't help but look carefully. When they looked carefully, they realized that something was wrong. The Scarlet Flame race, Invincible Kenzo, and other sects had lost a lot of people. Previously, when they entered, there were around 150 people. But now, at a glance, there were only around 50 people. Moreover, their clothes were ragged, and their auras were unstable. Many of them were injured, and their eyes were filled with panic and fear. This was completely the appearance of a defeated army. When the prodigies from the Flaming tribe and the invincible Kenzo saw the experts from the Flaming tribe outside, they were overjoyed and rushed out of the meteorite area. The Flamewing clan warriors waved their hands and enveloped them with divine power so that they could survive in the starry sky. What's going on? Where are the others? A red-haired old man from the Flaming Flame clan shouted. Dead, they're all dead. A young man from the Flaming Flame clan answered with a sobbing voice. His eyes were still filled with fear. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and slaughtered his way through. He had almost died at the hands of Lu Ming. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Dead? How is that possible? What happened inside? Yen Sen, what happened? The old man from the Flaming Flame clan looked at Yen Sen and exuded a terrifying aura. A kid from the Kongxian school called Lu Ming. He killed many of our experts. It's all because of him. Yen Sen gritted his teeth. Kongxian school. Lu Ming. The others were shocked. With their status, they naturally hadn't heard of Lu Ming. However, they could roughly guess what had happened. A person called Lu Ming from the Kongxian school had killed many prodigies from the Flaming Flame clan, Invincible Kenzo, and other sections. However, the Kongxian school actually had such an expert. One had to know that those who had entered this time were those who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. The prodigies sent by the major forces were already the strongest among those under 10,000 years old. Who could sweep through all of them? Lu Ming. The expert from the Flaming Flame clan muttered the name as cold killing intent emanated from his body. The people from the Ice Soul clan were ecstatic. It seemed that the Ice Soul clan had won this time. I didn't expect the Kongxian school to have such a prodigy. We paid a huge price to invite the prodigies from the 6 major sections. We made the right choice. Not bad, not bad. Especially the Kongxian school. Some of the Ice Soul clan's experts were discussing in low voices. They're here. Suddenly, one of the Ice Soul clan's experts looked ahead. Lu Ming, Bing Qing, and the others were running toward them from the meteorite path. That's him. That brat is Lu Ming. Yensen pointed at Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. How dare you kill so many of our people? You're courting death. Our Flaming Flame clan wants this person. An elder from the Flaming Flame clan said coldly. He stepped out and headed toward the intersection of the meteorite path. A violent aura erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, it couldn't be felt inside the meteorite path. Of course, Lu Ming also saw the powerful figures from the Flaming tribe. They stopped in their tracks and did not go out. Brat, get out here. Come back with me to the Flaming Flame clan and confess your crimes. The Flaming Flame clan's elder said ferociously. Old man, are you out of your mind? Come and catch me if you can. I'll just stand here and not move. Lu Ming stood on a meteorite and looked at the Flaming Flame clan's elder with disdain. This made the Flaming Flame clan's elder look even colder. This is the ancestral land of our Ice Spirit clan. I'm afraid your Flaming Flame clan doesn't have the ability to catch someone here. An expert from the Ice Spirit clan said coldly. He stepped out and faced the Flaming Flame clan's elder. An extremely cold aura erupted. Rumble. The two people's auras clashed. Cold and heat collided, and a violent explosion erupted in the middle. No one can stop our Flaming Flame clan from taking someone we want. Does your Ice Spirit clan want to start a war with our Flaming Flame clan? The Flaming Flame clan's elder said coldly. Some of the Ice Spirit clan's experts' faces darkened. Starting a war with the Flaming Flame clan was extremely disadvantageous for the Ice Spirit clan. Was it worth it for Lu Ming? They couldn't help but hesitate. Elder, we've already obtained the Ice Jade Heart. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Lu Ming is a great benefactor to our clan. Bing Qing quickly sent a message to the Ice Spirit clan's elders. What? We've obtained the Ice Jade Heart. The Ice Spirit clan's elders were overjoyed when they heard this. Chapter 2753. Originally, the elders of the Ice Soul clan did not have much confidence in obtaining the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. After all, the Ice Soul clan had sent people into the ancestral land more than once, but they had all returned empty-handed. Each time, they had suffered heavy losses. This time, they had sent people in to try their luck. They had not expected to obtain the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had helped the Ice Soul clan obtain the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. This was a great favor. The Ice Soul clan had to protect him. The elders of the Ice Soul clan looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. This person is a guest invited by the Ice Soul clan. If you touch him, you will be touching the people of the Ice Soul clan. If you want to start a war, then let's start a war. The Ice Soul clan is not afraid of anyone. The Ice Soul clan expert said. His eyes were filled with determination and strong fighting spirit. He did not back down. The elder from the Flame clan narrowed his eyes. He did not understand why the Ice Soul clan was so strong. It seems like the Ice Soul clan wants to die with this kid. Then, I will fulfill your wish. The elder from the Flame clan was very strong. His red hair and long beard fluttered in the wind. His body was as red as a piece of burning iron. Terrifying heat constantly emanated from him. Boom! Suddenly, the elder from the Flame clan attacked. He threw a punch at the Ice Soul clan expert. Ice Divine Sword. The Ice Soul clan expert was not afraid at all. He also attacked. The bone-chilling sword light froze the starry sky. The two sides engaged in a fierce collision. The starry sky was boiling. Terrifying forces whistled through the starry sky. Ice Soul clan, you are courting death. The other experts from the Flame clan shouted angrily. Terrifying auras were released. They were like volcanoes erupting as they attacked the Ice Soul clan expert. Kill! The elders of the Ice Soul clan shouted and attacked the other party. There were dozens of experts from the Flame clan and the Ice Soul clan. At this moment, they were fighting. The starry sky was in chaos. What terrifying strength! Standing on the meteorite road, Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly as he watched the battle outside. The strength of these experts was truly astonishing. They were much stronger than them. Any one of these experts could easily shatter his body and bones with a casual move. Heavenly deities. Without a doubt, these experts were all heavenly deities. Furthermore, they weren't ordinary heavenly deities. Even the weakest among them were peak heavenly deities. As for whether or not there were divine king powerhouses inside, Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak and could not tell at all. Regardless of whether it was a peak celestial god or a god king, they were all much stronger than him. The two sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. The more they fought, the more intense it became. However, there was a large formation within the meteorite path. The force outside had no effect on them at all. Kid, this is just a small fight. It's not that strong. Don't be too surprised. I've seen experts who can shatter a star with a single slap. Only then can they be considered experts. However, the real peerless experts have earth-shattering power. TSK. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the measure formula sounded. Obviously, it was full of disdain for the masters who were fighting outside. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. He was speechless. The measure formula was talking about the peerless experts in the primitive universe. However, that was too far away from him. Lu Ming's current goal was to fight the masters outside. He was looking forward to the day when he could reach such a level. Then, he could travel the universe with his physical body. Bang! The battle became more and more intense. An expert from the Ice Soul race was hit and his body flew 1,000,000 miles away. He vomited blood while an expert from the Flame race took the opportunity to attack. Ice World! The expert from the Ice Soul race roared. His divine power burned fiercely. A terrifying cold wave burst out from his body. The starry sky within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was frozen, forming a huge ice block. The expert from the Flame race was also frozen. He was shocked and frantically burned his divine power to break the ice. However, his aura was also weakened. He was obviously injured. Puff! On the other side, an expert from the Flame race had his arm cut off by the Ice Soul race's expert. Blood splattered across the starry sky. The bloody battle continued. This is the ancestral land of the Ice Soul race. You Flame race can't be so arrogant. The expert from the Ice Soul race roared. Are you really going to start a war with us for this kid? The expert from the Flame race roared. Why should we be afraid of a war? The expert from the Ice Soul race replied. Although the Flame race was slightly stronger than the Ice Soul race, it was still unknown who would win if they went all out. You, the expert from the Flame race was also helpless. They said that they would start a war with the Ice Soul race, but it was just empty talk. They wouldn't really start a war. If they started a war, both sides would suffer. The situation in the Qin Tian starfield was extremely complicated. Although the Flame race was strong and was known as the strongest race in the Qin Tian starfield, the Qin Tian 13 sects occupied nearly half of the Qin Tian starfield's territory. Their strength was even more terrifying. Although there wasn't a single sect that could compare to the Flame tribe in terms of strength. However, if a few sects joined forces, or even 2 overlord sects joined forces, they would be able to match the Flame race. If the Flame race and the Ice Soul race fought and both sides suffered, the Qin Tian 13 sects would definitely act to destroy them and take over their territory. Suddenly, the expression of the Flame race changed as they looked into the distance. There were streaks of rainbow light flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Not good. More experts from the Ice Soul race are coming. The Flame race's expression changed. Retreat. Let's retreat for today. That kid from the Kongxian school, don't let anyone from the Flame race see him. Kill him if you see him. An elder from the Flame race roared and started to retreat. The experts from the Flame race led the remaining prodigies from the invincible Kenzo and turned into streaks of rainbow light and flew into the distance. The experts from the Ice Soul race didn't chase after them. The people from the Flame race were very strong. There were Divine King experts among them. If they insisted on chasing after them, they would suffer great losses. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, streaks of rainbow light flew over and revealed their figures. They were all experts from the Ice Soul race. Those bastards from the Flame race are pretty fast. A burly man from the Ice Soul race curled his lips. Ninth young lord, come out. At this moment, someone looked at Bing Qing, Lu Ming, and the others. Bing Qing and the others nodded and flew out of the meteorite path. The experts from the Ice Soul race immediately enveloped them with their divine power. Ninth young lord, did you really get the Ice Jade Heart? Someone asked. Many experts from the Ice Soul race looked at Bing Qing with fiery eyes. That's right. It's absolutely true. Elders, please take a look. Bing Qing nodded and took out the jade box. When she opened it, the icy jade chilling heart was revealed. A terrifying chill spread out from it. The Ice Jade Heart. It's really the Ice Jade Heart. It's exactly the same as what was recorded in our race's records. The heavens have blessed us. An elder from the Ice Soul race with a face full of wrinkles looked up and sighed. Chapter 2754. The other experts of the Ice Soul clan were also overjoyed. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. The Ice Soul Heart was the most precious treasure of the Ice Soul clan. It was of great significance to the Ice Soul clan. With the Ice Soul Heart, the Ice Soul clan would be able to produce more geniuses. The Ice Soul clan had a chance to surpass the Flaming clan and become the strongest overlord in the Qin Tian galaxy. Bing Qing closed the jade box and put it away. Let's go back to the Ice Soul planet. The clan leader and the supreme elders will be very happy if they know about this. An expert of the Ice Soul clan said. Everyone immediately set off for the Ice Soul planet. After a while, they arrived at the Ice Soul planet. When they returned to the Ice Soul planet, the entire planet was in a celebratory mood. The reason for that was because before they returned, the news regarding the Ice Jade Chilling Heart had already reached them. That night, the Ice Soul clan held a large banquet to celebrate the Ice Soul Heart's return from the ancestral land. Lu Ming and the others were invited to the banquet. The clan leader of the Ice Soul clan attended the banquet in person. A large hall was filled with people. The clan leader of the Ice Soul clan was sitting at the head of the table. Beside him were some other experts of the Ice Soul clan. Lu Ming and the others were sitting at the head of the table. He saw Bing Qing in the crowd. Father, it's all thanks to brother Lu Ming from the Kongxian school that we were able to get the Ice Soul Heart. If it weren't for brother Lu, we wouldn't have been able to get it back. Bing Qing said loudly not long after the banquet started. Yes, I roughly know what happened this time. I never imagined that the Kongxian sect would produce such a genius. This is truly worthy of celebration. The clan leader said with a smile. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've helped us get the Ice Soul Heart back. You've done us a great favor. If you need anything, just tell us. We'll try our best to satisfy you. Clan leader, can you give me some cold moonstones? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Although he already had 6 cold moonstones, the more cold moonstones he had, the better it would be for him to cultivate the frost shackles. Cold moonstone. How many pieces do you need? Asked the matriarch of the Ice Soul clan. Give me 8 or 10 yuan, and that'll do. Lu Ming chuckled. What? 8 or 10 yuan? The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan and the other experts of the Ice Soul clan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Lu Ming, to tell you the truth, there aren't many cold moonstones left in the Ice Soul clan. Even if we search the entire clan, I'm afraid we won't be able to find more than 10. The chief of the Ice Soul clan smiled bitterly. So little. Lu Ming was very surprised. Even the entire Ice Soul clan couldn't afford 8 or 10 of them. Now that he had gotten 6 of them, he had made a fortune. How about this? As the patriarch, I'll give you 2 cold moon stones from the Ice Soul clan's treasury. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan said. Then, he waved his hand and ordered someone to bring the cold moon stones. Thank you, patriarch. Lu Ming thanked the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan. Cold moon stones were very rare. It was good enough that he could get 2 more. Including the 6 from before, he had a total of 8 cold moon stones. The remaining 8 chains of the frost shackles were exactly 1 cold moon stone each. Soon, the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan returned with the cold moon stones. When the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan took out the cold moon stones, 2 moon-like stones appeared. They were exactly the same as the ones Lu Ming had obtained. Lu Ming, these 2 cold moon stones are for you. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan waved his hand and the 2 cold moon stones flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly took them and put them away. Also, take this golden jade token. Then, the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan took out a golden jade token and waved his hand. The golden jade token flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the golden jade token. It was cold to the touch, and a chill spread out. This golden jade medallion represents the highest status of the Icy Soul clan's guest elder. In the future, you can use this golden jade medallion to seek help from the Icy Soul clan wherever you go. The patriarch of the Ice Soul clan said. Thank you, patriarch. Lu Ming put the golden jade token away happily. This golden jade token could be used to seek help from the Ice Soul clan. Its value was very high. It could be very useful at critical times. Many people looked at him with envy. The banquet ended and everyone dispersed. Lu Ming and the others stayed on the Ice Soul planet for 3 more days. After 3 days, they bade farewell and returned to the Kongxian school. They took the teleportation formation and headed to the Kongxian school. After a while, they returned to the Kongxian school. After returning to the Kongxian school, they rushed to the mission hall to submit the mission and exchange for the reward. Lu Ming, thank you for saving us this time. On the way, the long-faced young man suddenly stopped and solemnly cupped his fists to Lu Ming to express his gratitude. As the team leader this time, it's my responsibility to keep you alive. You don't have to thank me. Lu Ming said lightly. No, if it weren't for you this time, I would have been dead, let alone completing the mission and exchanging the points. You saved my life, and I, Lu Chang, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. From now on, if you have any orders, no matter if it's water or fire, I won't refuse. Lu Chang bowed again and cupped his fists. This time, he was truly convinced by Lu Ming. When he first met Lu Ming and learned that Lu Ming was their team leader, he was very unconvinced and wanted to challenge Lu Ming to make Lu Ming scram. However, along the way, the talent and compatibility that Lu Ming had displayed were simply miracles. He was deeply impressed by Lu Ming. He planned to follow Lu Ming in the future. Lu Chang, now you know how strong my boss is. If you follow my boss, you'll have benefits in the future. And Hai grinned. I, Zhao Feng, am willing to follow boss Lu Ming in the future. I won't refuse even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a pot of boiling oil. The other young man was even more direct, directly calling Lu Ming, boss. You want to follow me? Lu Ming's heart moved as he asked. Yes. Lu Chang, Zhao Feng, and An Hai hurriedly nodded. You haven't joined any of the other Sacred Sun factions before? Lu Ming asked. No, I don't belong to any faction. Me neither. An Hai and Zhao Feng both shook their heads. I used to be part of the Floating Light faction, but I'm willing to leave the Floating Light faction and follow you, boss. Lu Chang said. After this incident, Lu Chang had a feeling that Lu Ming's talent was far above the other sacred sons and that he might be able to defeat all the other sacred sons and sacred daughters in the future and dominate the Kongxian school. He obviously wanted to join such a prodigy as soon as possible. Okay, then you can follow me. However, you have to swear on your life origin that you'll sincerely join me. Otherwise, I won't accept you. Lu Ming said. He did indeed need some helpers in the Kongxian school. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do some things. For example, gathering information. Chapter 2755. Okay, I swear, and Hai, Lu Chang, and Zhao Feng all swore on their life origins. Lu Chang, you don't need to leave the Floating Light faction for now. Help me gather information. If there's any news from the Floating Light faction, you can inform me. Lu Ming said. Yes. Lu Chang nodded. Let's go and exchange for our rewards. Lu Ming said. Not long after, they came to the mission hall and submitted their missions. Each of them received 20,000 points. After that, Lu Ming gave them some instructions and left. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Ming immediately went to the Divine Vein Tower as he had something to do. Ever since he broke through to the true God realm, he felt that the portrait of Jing Yu in his sea of consciousness had changed. He didn't have time to observe it before. After entering the Divine Vein Tower, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. With a thought, Jing Yu's portrait flew out from his forehead and floated in the air. Next, Lu Ming circulated his divine power and poured it into Jing Yu's portrait. When Lu Ming poured his divine power into Jing Yu's portrait, it started to shine. Then, Jing Yu's portrait seemed to come alive. It took a step out of the portrait and floated in the air. Senior Jing Yu, Lu Ming was extremely surprised. Jing Yu died long ago. I'm just a remnant imprint. I'll tell you some things, but I'm also going to vanish. The Jing Yu imprint sighed. Senior, what do you want me to do? Lu Ming asked. He had sworn on his life origin in front of White Fang that he would help Jing Yu complete his task. However, he didn't know what it was. Your cultivation was too weak before. Now that you've reached the true God realm, I'll tell you everything. Jing Yu imprint said. At this point, a complicated look appeared in his eyes, as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he began to speak in detail. Do you know about the Taishu dynasty? Jing Yu's remnant imprint asked first. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Oh, then where are you now? What star zone is it called? Jing Yu imprint asked. This place is called the Qin Tian Starfield, Lu Ming answered. So it's in the Qin Tian Starfield, and you just came out of the small world not long ago. No wonder you haven't heard of it. Jing Yu imprint whispered and continued, the chaotic universe is vast and boundless. Small worlds are undoubtedly the smallest. Many experts from small worlds will appear on some life planets when they come to the chaotic universe. When countless planets with life gather together, they form a galaxy. When the many galaxies gather together, they form a star field. The distance between different star fields is very far. Dominating a certain star field is a star field level force. However, above the star field level forces, there are still the universe level forces. The universe level forces usually occupy many star fields and dominate an area. They are extremely powerful and prosperous. The Jing Yu imprint explained, and Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Cosmic realm level forces ruled over a cosmic realm. Above the star field level forces, there was actually a universe level force. One force could occupy so many star fields. How strong was that force? The Taishu dynasty is a universe level force. It occupies many star fields. If I remember correctly, one of the most remote star fields is the Qin Tian star field. Jing Yu imprint said. The Qin Tian star field is a star field under the Taishu dynasty. And it's just a very remote star field. Lu Ming was even more surprised. Now, you should have a rough idea of the Taishu sacred court's strength. Now, let's talk about me. I was originally a prince of the Taishu sacred court. I was ranked 18th. I was the 18th prince, Jingyu imprint immediately explained in detail. Jingyu, the 18th prince of the Taishu dynasty, was extremely talented and had unparalleled talent. Even in the history of the Taishu dynasty, he was rare. At a young age, he became a top expert of the Taishu dynasty. Such talent naturally attracted the jealousy of others. That was the other princes, and even the crown prince. Because at that time, there were many voices in the Taishu dynasty, calling for Jingyu to take over the Taishu dynasty in the future. In that way, he would be able to bring the Taishu dynasty to greater prosperity. However, one day, a shocking news came out. The 18th prince, Jingyu, had defiled the current imperial concubine. The imperial concubine was the most beloved concubine of the Taishu Saint Emperor. When the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Later, Jingyu was imprisoned for committing a heinous crime. He was even abolished of his cultivation and sentenced to death. Just like that, a genius prince of the Taishu dynasty fell. As for his family, they were either killed or imprisoned. From then on, they became history. Lu Ming finally knew that Huangquan Mountain, Baiya, and the others in the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm were the people who followed Jingyu back then. Back then, I was framed. Someone joined forces with the imperial concubine to frame me. Speaking of this, Jingyu imprint's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness and resentment. Who was it that framed you? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Maybe it was the crown prince or other princes. Jingyu shook his head and said, what I want you to do is to go to the Taishu dynasty and find out who framed me. Avenge me and clear my name. But my strength, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The Taishu dynasty was a universe-level force. Any expert from the Taishu dynasty could probably kill him with a breath. How could he avenge Jingyu? Your strength is indeed very weak. With your current cultivation, you can't do anything in the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, there is no time limit for this. It won't be too late to go when you have the strength in the future, Jingyu imprint said. Jingyu noted it down. Well, do you have any divine skills or secret techniques? Can you give me some to enhance my strength? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and began to ask for benefits. In the future, when he went to the Taishu dynasty, it would be dangerous and risky. How could he not take some benefits now? Unexpectedly, Jingyu imprint shook his head and said, I've already given you what I should. The Qian Kun myriad Dao art and the origin ancient word, battle, are the foundation that will allow you to rise. The other divine skills and secret arts are secondary. Giving you too many won't do you any good. That's all. Lu Ming was depressed. To be honest, it's very difficult to complete my task, so you will need to experience a lot of training along the way. Only then can you help me fulfill my wish. In this world, there are gains and losses. You have obtained the Universe Myriad Dao scripture and the Battle Ancient Origin character, so you naturally have to pay a price. Well, my imprint will disappear soon. I hope you can complete it. Also, don't forget to save White Fang and the others in the future. At this point, the Jing Feather imprint shook for a while, and then burst like a bubble, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 2756. Jingyu's imprint disappeared, and so did the portrait of Jingyu. It turned into a blank piece of paper. Swoosh. Initially, Lu Ming thought that since there was only a piece of white paper left, it would not be of much use. Unexpectedly, this piece of white paper turned into a beam of light and flew back into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, floating above it. Could it be that this portrait is still useful? Lu Ming thought and continued to inject divine power into it, but there was no response. Lu Ming could only give up. With my current cultivation, it's impossible to avenge Jingyu. I'd better cultivate and improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Lu Ming shook his head and put the matter of Jingyu to the back of his mind. He began to cultivate and injected divine power into the measure formula. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he naturally needed to inject more divine power. Although the divine power that he had injected in the void god realm was not used up, it was not enough for him now. After a while, Lu Ming felt that he had stored enough divine power and left the divine vein tower. It's time to settle the matter of the chaotic galaxy. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. It's time to get rid of the Serene Hall and the Walkabout sect. It's time to take back the primordial realm. However, before returning to the chaotic galaxy, Lu Ming planned to exchange for a starry sky battleship. He now had tens of thousands of points, which was enough to exchange for a better starry sky battleship. Immediately, Lu Ming went to the inner sect area, where he could exchange for treasures. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Divine weapons, divine pills, various materials, starry sky battleships, etc., could all be exchanged with points. Starry sky battleships were very expensive. The starry sky battleships of the righteous army were of the lowest level, so they were not particularly expensive. The better starry sky battleships were very expensive. Lu Ming walked around and found that there were all kinds of starry sky battleships. Some could be exchanged for as little as 100 points. Don't underestimate 100 points. If converted into divine gems, it would be 1,000,000 divine gems. The starry sky battleships of the righteous army were of this level. Lu Ming naturally didn't care about starry sky battleships of this level. 100 points, 500 points, 1,000 points, 5,000 points. The highest starry sky battleship required 1,000,000 points to exchange for, causing Lu Ming to stare blankly at it. In the end, Lu Ming redeemed a starry sky battleship worth 5,000 points. Its grade was much higher than a 100-point battleship. In addition, Lu Ming also redeemed 2 starry sky battleships worth 500 points each. He planned to bring them back for Ancestral Gragon and the others. In addition, Lu Ming also exchanged for some divine pills. These divine pills were extremely useful for those below the empty god realm as they could increase their cultivation level quickly. These pills were prepared for his parents, Autumn Moon and his disciples. In the end, Lu Ming spent a total of 10,000 points. After everything was ready, Lu Ming stepped on the transmission array and headed towards the chaotic astral river. After spending more than a month, Lu Ming returned to Yunfeng City in Yunfeng Pavilion. You want to go to the Jingtian army? Beside the teleportation array, an old man in charge of managing the teleportation array looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Yes, I want to go to the Jingtian army. Is there a problem? Lu Ming asked. I'm afraid you can't go to the Jingtian army now. The old man said. Can't go? Why? Lu Ming asked again. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The Jingtian army is fighting a war. The entire teleportation route of the Jingtian army has been blocked, so you can't teleport in. The old man said. What? Fighting a war? Senior, what's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. It said that Yuluo Hall, Walkabout sect, and a few other forces have joined forces to besiege the Jingtian army. The Jingtian army has been forced to retreat, and many planets with life have been occupied. Now, only the Jingtian planet is still struggling to hold on. As for what's going on, I don't know. The old man said. Yuluo Hall, Walkabout sect, Lu Ming emitted a cold killing intent, and a terrifying aura spread out. True. True God, feeling Lu Ming's aura, the old man shuddered and showed a shocked expression. He didn't expect that Lu Ming, who was so young, was a true god. Senior, I want to go to the planet closest to the Jingtian army. Lu Ming said. Okay. The force closest to the Jingtian army is the Wanghai family. I'll send you to one of their planets immediately. The old man nodded repeatedly. Reaching the true god realm at such a young age meant that he was most likely a genius of some large force. He didn't dare to be negligent. Lu Ming stepped onto the teleportation array and arrived at one of the Wanghai family's planets. Then, he took out his interstellar battleship. The interstellar battleship turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the Jingtian planet at an astonishing speed. What's that? What an amazing speed. That's an interstellar battleship. My God, what level of interstellar battleship is it? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw Lu Ming's interstellar battleship. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's interstellar battleship was far away. The battle situation on the Jingtian planet was even more intense than Lu Ming had imagined. The majority of the Jingtian planet's territory had already been breached, and only the Jingtian army's headquarters remained. Almost everyone else had retreated to the Jingtian army's headquarters, such as Ancestral Gregon and the others. At this moment, countless armies had surrounded the Jingtian army's headquarters so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. The Jingtian army's headquarters had activated the mountain guarding formation to block the attacks from outside. Attack! Break the Jingtian army's formation. Up in the air, the walkabout sect master, Situ Haonan, was giving orders. Beside him was the secluded hall master, Kang Ji, and several other faction masters. Boom! 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 The experts of several factions joined hands and unleashed all sorts of attacks at the Jingtian army. The Jingtian army's formation constantly shook, as if it would break apart at any moment. This time, the Jingtian army will definitely be destroyed. Kang Ji's eyes shone with excitement. The technique ancestor had always been a thorn in his side, opposing him for so many years. This time, he would definitely eliminate the technique ancestor. His gaze involuntarily turned in a certain direction. There was a luxurious armchair floating in the air. A youth in embroidered robes sat in the armchair. Several other youths stood beside the armchair. Among them were Situ Haonan's two sons, Situ Feng and Situ Shao. His son, Kang Long, was also beside them. They all stood respectfully beside the youth in embroidered robes. Kang Ji's eyes shone with respect as he looked at the youth in embroidered robes. This was because the youth in embroidered robes was an inner disciple of the Mystic Academy, one of the three overlords of the Qin Tian star field. Moreover, he was a genius. Such a person's status was far from what he could compare to. This time, Situ Feng and the others had returned to the chaotic astral river with the youth in embroidered robes. The other factions immediately joined forces with the Walkabout sect and secluded hall to attack the Jingtian army. Chapter 2757. Being an inner disciple of the Mystic Academy was no small matter. Situ Feng was also lucky to have entered the Mystic Academy and joined a faction. That was how he got to know the inner disciples of the Mystic Academy. His own cultivation was still far from reaching the true God realm. So what if Lu Ming was talented? So what if he got first place in the Qin Tian 13 sect's assessment? He had foolishly joined the Kongxian sect. How could his status compare to that of an inner disciple of the Hybrid Demon Academy? Therefore, as soon as the inner disciples of the Mystic Academy arrived, several factions that had originally planned to remain neutral immediately joined forces with them to attack the Just Sky army. The alliance of several factions didn't even need the inner disciples of the Mystic Academy to make a move. They broke into the core of the Just Sky army like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Boom! One attack after another turned into beams of divine light and blasted toward the Just Sky army's protective array. The array trembled and cracks began to appear on it. What should we do? Inside the protective array, the members of the Just Sky army had ugly looks on their faces. At most, we'll fight them to the death. That's right. Killing one is enough. Killing two is worth it. Many people roared and showed expressions that they were ready to die together. In the middle, the ancestor of techniques was silent and didn't speak. In the crowd, Ancestral Gregon, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, the Nine Lives Demonic Cicada, and the others all had solemn expressions. I didn't expect that we would still die in the hands of the Serene Palace after escaping from the Heaven Realm. Is this fate? Some people sighed and were unwilling to accept it. They had finally defeated the evil god tribe and escaped from the lesser thousand worlds to the primitive universe, but in the end, they still couldn't escape the clutches of the Serene Palace. I hope that Lu Ming can avenge us in the future. Some people sighed. It's hard to say. Among them are the inner disciples of the Mystic Academy, one of the three overlords of the Qin Tian star field. They are too strong. This is not a spirit space in the primordial realm of the heaven realm. This is a huge force of the untainted universe. How can Lu Ming defeat them? That's right. I think the people from the Mystic Academy will deal with Lu Ming later. I'm afraid that Lu Ming can't even protect himself. After all, this isn't a pocket dimension. Some experts from the heaven realm were discussing helplessly. In the primordial realm of the heaven realm, they were considered experts. But in the primitive universe, they were nothing. They could only be considered at the bottom. Although Lu Ming was an unprecedented genius in the primordial realm of the heaven realm, it was only a minor kiliacosm after all. Compared to the greater kiliacosm, it was probably nothing. Kacha! Crack! At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard from the grand formation as more and more cracks appeared on it. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded. The protective mountain array was broken. Prepare to fight. Someone shouted. Don't act rashly. Everyone, get into formation and defend. The ancestor of technique shouted and stopped everyone. Remember, the person they want to kill is me. If I die in battle, you will surrender. Do you understand? The ancestor of technique glanced at the people of the righteous army. No, we would rather die than surrender. That's right. We will never surrender. The people of the righteous army shouted. You, the ancestor of technique, was helpless. Surrender? Hee, that's fine too. We will only kill a few of you. Most of you can surrender as long as you behave in the future. Situ Haonan, the sect master of the Walkabout sect, sneered. He took the lead and stepped forward. Beside him, Kang Ji and the others followed. Don't move. This is my order. The ancestor of technique ordered as his gaze became sharp. Many people's expressions changed as they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. Kang Ji, Situ Haonan, I'll fight with you. Let's see which one of you can do anything to me. Then, the ancestor of technique stepped into the air alone. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and his battle intent surged. The ancestor of technique faced the army of the Walkabout sect, secluded hall, and the others alone. Fa Ming, do you think you can fight with so many of us with just a mid-grade 7th grade battle sword? Situ Haonan sneered. Who will fight with me? The ancestor of technique roared as his battle intent swept towards Situ Haonan and the others. Situ Haonan and the others turned their gazes, but no one made a move. They knew how powerful the ancestor of technique was, especially Situ Haonan, Kang Ji, and Mo Kansas. They had all fought with the ancestor of technique before, so they naturally wouldn't make the first move. What are you being arrogant for? I'll fight with you. Beside Kang Ji, there was a burly man in blood-red armor. He carried a blood-red battle saber and stepped out. His body exuded a powerful aura. This burly man was from another faction, the Grand Elder of the Blood-Red Gang. He was a 4th-level true god and his battle strength wasn't below Situ Haonan and the others. He had never fought with the ancestor of technique before, so he naturally wasn't afraid of him. Seeing this person make a move, Situ Haonan and the others didn't stop him. They could use this person to find out more about the ancestor of technique. Make your move. I'll give you a chance to make your move. The ancestor of technique looked indifferently at the Grand Elder of the Blood-Red Gang. Arrogant. You're courting death. The Grand Elder of the Blood-Red Gang roared as a violent divine power burst out. The battle sword in his hand whistled as it slashed towards the ancestor of technique. Swoosh! The ancestor of technique also slashed out with his sword. Clang! The sword and saber collided, and a loud explosion erupted. Then, a figure retreated. It was the Grand Elder of the Blood-Red Gang. He couldn't defeat the ancestor of technique in the first move and was forced to retreat. Kill! The ancestor of technique roared as his body turned into a beam of light and charged towards the Grand Elder of the Blood-Red Gang. Sword light pierced through the air, one after another. Peak of the 3rd grade of the divine skill, you, the Grand Elder of the Blood Red Gang, was shocked. The ancestor of technique's divine skill was already at the peak of the 3rd grade. With the addition of a level 7 middle grade divine weapon, even if the ancestor of technique was only a level 3 true god, his combat strength was far above his. He retreated, wanting to escape. However, the ancestor of technique wouldn't let him escape. After slashing out dozens of times, the Grand Elder was killed on the spot. So powerful. Many people were shocked. Damn it! The leader of the Blood Red Gang roared furiously. His heart ached so much that he wanted to die. There were only 3 level 4 true gods in the Blood Red Gang. Now that one of them had died, he couldn't wait to tear the ancestor of technique into pieces. Who else wants to fight? The ancestor of technique's aura was wild as he looked around. How dare you kill the Grand Elder of the Blood Red Gang? You're courting death. The leader of the Blood Red Gang roared as he charged out like a mad lion. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. Level 5 True God. This was the cultivation of the leader of the Blood Red Gang. His cultivation was stronger than Situ Haonan, Kang Ji, and the others. The Blood Red Gang's power was originally above the Yuluo Hall, Walkabout Sect, and the Just Sky Army. This time, he wanted to curry favor with the inner disciples of the Mystic Academy, which was why he attacked the Just Sky Army. Level 5 True God. Come on. The ancestor of technique's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. Kill. The leader of the Blood Red Gang roared as he slashed out with his war blade. In an instant, dozens of blade lights were slashed towards the ancestor of technique's vital points.